All right. Vice Mayor McGill, would you read us out of, or Councilor Hill, read us out of close?
I've got it right here. I move that city council members certify by recorded vote to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted.
We can't hear you.
I can.
Oh, okay, well, I couldn't hear.
From the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
Second the motion.
Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Hill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Councilor Snook,
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I call this 6th regular meeting to order. We'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. Ms. Thomas, would you do roll call, please?
Mayor Walker,
Present.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Here.
Councilor Hill,
Here?
Councilor Payne,
Here.
Councilor Snook,
Here.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? I so move.
Second.
Ms. Thomas?
yes. Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Hill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Snook,
Yes.
Thank you, that carries. Counselors, are there any announcements?
The one that Mr. Zan shared, announcing Saturday's affair. There's free concert on the Bricks at 3rd Street in the downtown mall. And there's two dates and times. There's 2 p.m. Saturday, December 4th. Back in the day, the R&B vocal quartet will be performing. And at 2 p.m. Saturday, December 18th, the Seville Band Brass Ensemble will be playing holiday music. So again, those are 2 p.m. both Saturday, December 4th and Saturday, December 18th on the mall.
Thank you. Any other announcements? All right. Any recognitions or proclamations? No proclamations, no recognitions. All right. Ms. Thomas, would you read the consent agenda, please?
consent agenda. 1, minutes, September 20th, closed and regular meetings, September 28th, work session, October 4th, closed and regular meetings, October 12th, special meeting, October 22nd, special meeting, October 26th, joint meeting with PCRB. 2, resolution appropriating funds for the Virginia Department of Education Special Nutrition Program, Child and Adult Care Food Program, $50,000, second reading. 3, resolution appropriating funds for Safe Routes to School program, non-infrastructure grants, $39,000, second reading. 4, resolution transferring capital funds from completed fuel station project, completed fleet shop improvements project, and incomplete Avon Salt Barn project to Avon Fuel Station project, $523,048.95. One reading. 5, ordinance closing, vacating, and discontinuing a portion of the public street right-of-way for Seminole Court, second reading. 6, resolution appropriating Department of Conservation and Recreational Trail Grant funds for construction of Meadow Creek Bridges, $222,511.21, first of two readings. 7, resolution appropriating reimbursement received in connection with the Charlottesville Circuit Court renovation and addition project, $6,643, first of two readings. 8, resolution appropriating funds for the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, $23,284, first of two readings. 9, resolution appropriating contribution from Charlottesville City Schools to the school small cap funded program for school security projects, $250,000, first of two readings. 10, resolution appropriating funds for Virginia Juvenile Community Crime Control Act grant, $452,704, first of two readings. 11, resolution approving conveyance of a 2003 Pierce Quantum fire engine to the Charlottesville Winneba Foundation, first of two readings. 12, resolution appropriating American Rescue Plan funds for the Commonwealth for utility bill assistance, $359,879.30, first of two readings. 13, resolution appropriating Bama Works funds for skate park lighting, $100,000, first of two readings.
Thank you. We'll now open it up for public comment for items on the consent agenda. Mr. Wooler, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. And again, this is only for items on the consent agenda that were just read. If you'd like to raise your hand, click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. Each person will get up to 3 minutes. And I see some of those hands going down now. Mary Whittle, if you've got a comment on the consent agenda, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes. Mary, you'll have to unmute. Or you can lower your hand if you want to speak later.
Am I able to speak about the land use map right now?
No, this is
No,
just the
that-
consent agenda.
Okay, sorry, my bad. I'll do it later.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, I don't see any other hands.
All right. Counselors, are there any questions or comments? Is there a motion?
I
I
move to,
move.
go ahead.
Okay.
I move to adopt the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All right. Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
Okay, so that carries 5-0. Next up, we have the interim city manager's response to community matters and to counselors.
Good evening, Mayor Walker and councilors. I have a few updates from the last meeting. There was a reference to the city needing a prohibited personnel policy. We've taken note of that as a matter, as that would be something for the incoming HR director as a part of an overhaul to the city of Charlottesville's approach to human resource management. So we will definitely share that information and look for a response from that candidate when they begin. Also references to the city passing a collective bargaining ordinance. Council will be taking up that matter for some preliminary discussions at the December 6th meeting. And we look forward to hearing from our incoming HR director and interim city manager on that subject. There's also a reference to the city allocating American Rescue Plan Act dollars. The Director of Finance continues to monitor federal regulations, looking at the various updates that are coming down to help determine what the eligible uses are. We continue to evaluate a priority list as we're waiting for some more feedback from the federal government in regards to how those funds can be used to make those recommendations to council. And we are definitely taking note of council's support for staff remaining a high priority in one of the next or upcoming allocations of funding. And then the last thing to offer for you all is just some staff announcements in regards to We continue to work diligently to fill vacancies. We are actively negotiating employment offers with the Director of Human Resources, Director of Parks and Recreation, and Director of Public Works. We hope to be able to conclude those and by the next council meeting have definite dates of start for those various positions. And then the last item is just to have you all join us in congratulating Rion Anthony, who has been promoted to Deputy Director of Parks Division within the Parks and Rec Department. That's all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sanders. Counselors, any questions or comments? Okay. Well, congratulations, Rion, Mr. Anthony, for your promotion. See your name there. All right. All right. So next up, we will go into our community matters. We have 3 pre-registered speakers now, so there'll be 13 additional slots. And Mr. Wheeler, I will turn it over to you. Please remember that there is a public hearing on the future land use map, so we'll take those comments at that time.
And Mayor Walker, did you want to share anything about how much time they would have during the public hearing on the comp plan?
I was going to share it before, right at the public hearing, but there'll be 2 minutes per speaker during the public hearing. But for now, it's the traditional 3-minute time slot.
And I'm going to be turning on the raise hand function right as we start that public hearing, so that everyone has the same ability to get in line, as we expect a lot of speakers. But again, at this part of the meeting, it's just community matters. And I'm now going to turn on the raise hand feature. So if you'd like to speak about other matters besides the comp plan, please click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. Our first speaker is signed up in advance is Kenneth Martin. Kenneth, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor Nakaya Walker, as you wind down your tenure on City Council, I wish to remind you that you were taught massive resistance is a bygone era. Perniciously, it still continues to this very day. You witnessed massive resistance when Council formed the department headed by its newly created position of Chief of Staff solely to circumvent then City Manager Maurice Jones. You witnessed massive resistance when Council drove out former Police Chief Al Thomas in the wake of August 12, 2017. You witnessed massive resistance when Council drove out former City Manager Teron Richardson. You witnessed massive resistance when the media constantly attacked you personally and not the policies that you were advocating. You witnessed massive resistance when Council and staff did not address allegations of theft, malfeasance, or misuse of public funds that were leveled against you for months. You now witness massive resistance every time you hear a new proposal for a segregated low-income health clinic. You witness massive resistance with the city's adoption of the Jim Crow model for segregated low-income housing using aspects of plantations, reservations, concentration camps, and ghettos. You witness massive resistance when a Black female police chief is fired without cause and without provisions or even an allowance for reinstatement. That is, when a police chief is lynched without public trial or even a hearing or indictment for being uppity. Thank you for your service, Mayor Nakaya Walker. By your venturing into the bowels of hell of City Hall you have brought a new understanding of Charlottesville to itself. Today's neo-invisible empire is hoodless.
Thank you.
Our next speaker who signed up in advance is Katrina Turner, who will be followed by Gloria Beard. Katrina, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. I just want to say one thing. Well, not one thing with you, but I'm so glad that Brackney is filing a complaint against you counselors. You all know I didn't get along with Brackney. But what you all were involved in and how you joined together, not even to allow her to resign like everybody else resigned. You all came together and she was fired. Out of all the people that, I mean, there's so many people that should have been fired, but they were allowed to resign. But for you three to join in with the firing of the chief, I'm so glad that she has got the Cochran firm after you. And I hope and pray that they get deep down in your pocket for what you all have done, because you have been showing the community how far to the right you are. But after Brackney was fired and the way she was fired, and like I said, you know I don't get along with her. You all deserve everything that's getting ready to come to you. When we came to you about Bellamy Brown, when all this first started, y'all refused to do anything about Bellamy Brown. You just continued and continued. You just love to stick with that other side. You know, forget who you're up there for. You act as if you're only there for your people. But as I say, I'm so glad that Brackney is bringing this suit on y'all. And another thing, I need to tell you, even though it might not matter to anybody, but with all the meetings I've had with people, you know, and the information I have against some of these police officers who shouldn't be on the street right now. Now, I have information on Brian O'Donnell, who totally lied, and they're waiting for the new chief of police now to come and take care of Brian O'Donnell and all these complaints that I have right now. You know, I haven't spoken up about all these meetings that I've had with Mooney and Lisa Robertson and all. I haven't spoken up, but there's information in there that these police should not be on the street right now, and they know about it, but they refuse to take them off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, I don't see Gloria Beard on the webinar. I'll keep watching. So we'll move on to the other people that have their hand raised. If you're just joining us, we're in community matters and not the public hearing for the comp plan. First person up is Tanisha Hudson. Tanisha, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. Can you all hear me okay?
We can.
So I just want to touch on a few things. First off, thank you, Mr. Kenneth Martin and Ms. Katrina Turner for your comments. Thank you both for saying what you said. I want to publicly have this on the record. I've emailed downtown to the city manager's office. I've copied Sam Ashley, Lisa Robertson, and all of council, requesting that an independent investigation is opened up and that this investigation is not handled by anyone in the city, and that you investigate what has happened to Black leadership since they've entered Charlottesville. And this should go all the way back to Jones, Thomas, Richardson, Letitia, as well as what we just witnessed with Chief Brackney. there's a lot of things that we've uncovered getting these FOIA requests. And even though I know that they're tweaking these FOIAs, they're leaving a lot of information in there as well. So the crisis communication management that Chip, Ashley, and Sam all played a part in with hiring this outside firm to basically write Chip's excuse for terminating her contract. I don't understand how Sam and Ashley are even sitting on the screen right now. You all went along with that. Ashley, you did the research on finding out that he could do this under $10,000 because it would have been under procurement. The SWAT training that just recently went on, was that last week or was it the week before? I don't know the exact date, but the SWAT training that just recently went on with the police department, reassembling the SWAT and giving them money in the budget and allocating funds for them. You all said that the reform initiative should stay in place. I remember Michael basically speaking on that, and it's on the record. It was on a council meeting when he said we didn't want to revert back to old ways. Brackney's access being restricted and them removing her off of the website. Come on, Tito, you didn't have to do that. You on a performance plan, sir. The exiting compliments that Heather Hill and Michael Payne and others gave Chip before he left. Chip did not do a great job. He made a mistake with the chief of police, and that was not okay. But you all support people that look like you, but you don't do it for people that look like me. Last but not least, I mean, I could go on for days, but last but not least, let's just discuss the Lincoln Project and how Cena's husband came on the November 1st city council meeting crying, like people are making fun of this city's pain. Your husband taunt Kessler all day online and then cry victim. But I guess that's a white thing. That's what white people, they do stuff and then they cry victim. But then Heather was writing a letter at 11 o'clock that night to respond to the Lincoln Project. Black people have been asking you all for answers on why Black people are treated the way they're treated in the community and inside City Hall. And we've received no answers from you. So do you only hear white cries? I would like an answer. Do you only hear white cries? Because that's what you've openly showed everyone in this community, that you only hear white cries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lucinda Shannon, who will be followed by Robin Hoffman. Lucinda, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Lucinda Shannon, and I'm a staff person at the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission. I want to invite you all to join the Regional Transit Partnership and attend a virtual public meeting for the Regional Transit Vision Plan for the Charlottesville area. This meeting will provide an opportunity to learn more about the project and allow you to offer feedback that will help shape the values and priorities for the future of this region's public transit. The meeting is this Thursday, November 18th from 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. It's a virtual meeting and you can learn more about it on our project website and also register for the meeting on the project website. The URL for the project website is tinyurl.com/transitvision. That's www.tinyurl.com/transitvision. Thanks, and I look forward to seeing you there.
Thank you.
Next up is Robin Hoffman, who will be followed by Charlotte Meadows. Robin, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. I've been asked to sort of talk this evening by a few neighbors, and also I've been awarded by Mildred Spicer having to be an hero of some sort. And I think it all happened because of decades of Mildred Spicer being so dedicated. I mean, day to day to day dedicated to help people who could not help themselves. And I want to honor her. But so I sort of am speaking on that tonight because also there are people such as Cal Tate who passed away last month. If you saw the audience or the people that participated at his funeral, it just speaks of how people who are dedicated to helping other people here in this community is so important. And I do want to say that the communications department is going to lose our Brian Wheeler, but let's remember how much positivity came from having somebody who was also very dedicated to enabling people who could not speak or could not communicate through this pandemic. And I just want to again say that CPA TV has brought up so many people into a public broadcasting system and also just enabling people to get more ideas about how they can solve problems. So if you are somebody who can tell a story on CPA TV, I want to reinforce that people have talked to me on the street, in the supermarkets. I mean, I've been on TV for 12 years, but it's really about the people that I've invited on my show who, without any script or anything, just speak their mind. And I'm not the only producer. I mean, there are so many good people talking to the public for free, something that we don't have if we lived in China or if we lived in Russia or if we lived in a lot of different countries where they repress everything you say. To be able to speak right now to the public is a privilege. And please take your vaccines. Let's get outside and let's go to restaurants and let's have fun. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Kimber Hockey, who will be followed by Rebecca Quinn. Kimber, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, I really wasn't planning on speaking right now, but I feel like I have to speak out against the firing of Chief Brackney here as part of the public record. I've spoken out on social media against it. Also regarding the departure of Dr. Richardson, both very highly qualified people. And because of the previous comments, I just want everyone to know that their unceremonious departures were a concern to people of all colors in this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Rebecca Quinn. If you'd like to get in line during community matters, please click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. Rebecca, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Quinn. I live on 104 4th Street here in the city. I'd like to speak very briefly on council procedures and practices. Some years ago, City Council had a practice of not voting on the same night as a public hearing, even if it could do so legally. By voting on the same night as many people come out and speak publicly, effectively invalidates and ignores all of those public voices, especially when an issue is significant. I'd like to suggest that you consider this practice in general, but specifically on at least one issue that I believe you could vote on tonight. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next hand raised is Mary Whittle. And again, Mary, we're on community matters. Did you want to speak at this time? Nope. Okay. So last call for community matters. We've heard from 7 people. Next up is Vern Buchanan. Vern, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. There's an issue on the John Warner Parkway that I think needs to be dealt with. Kudzu is taking over the whole place. The trees, it needs to be dealt with. I realize that it's part Albemarle, part Charlottesville, and part the railroad. But if we don't get this under control, it's going to destroy everything there, including the pine trees that it's growing in and all of the native, for lack of a better word, grasses and flowers. Thank you.
Thank you.
I keep almost wanting to say it, and then somebody raises their hand. Kevin Hildebrand, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
This is what happens when you give us too much time. And I won't take 3 minutes, I promise. And I don't know if this is even an appropriate thing to say, but I'm concerned about the leaf collection system the city has switched to. As someone who goes out and cleans out the storm drains every time it's about to storm because they're clogged with leaves, I would urge the city to look at going back to the bagged leaf collection system that seems to work very well to keep the storm sewers clear of uncontrolled leaves. Thank you very much. Just a thought for your consideration.
Thank you.
John Hossack, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
I'd like to reiterate what was said by the speaker about 3 speakers ago. I think it is really terrible that you're going to have a vote potentially tonight on something so controversial as a future land use map and the comprehensive plan. And I think it's a real disgrace. And also the fact that it appears as only one reading, and also that you appear to have cut from 3 minutes to 2 minutes the opportunity to speak. That's all.
Thank you.
Next up is Andrew Shelton. Andrew, you're on with council, and you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I'll be very quick. I just wanted to provide a opposing opinion and say that I think that we should probably maintain exactly the policies and procedures with speaking that y'all have been doing for the last little bit. It seems very transparent to be doing whatever this is. And since I'm here, I'd also like to ask respectfully that y'all put the Jefferson Schools proposal on some future city council meeting so that we can get that voted on, hopefully before we deal with the transition to new council next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our 11th speaker is Nancy Carpenter. Nancy, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
All right. Here, I had to find the unmute button. Yeah, thank you for allowing me to have a couple of minutes of your time this evening. I'm Nancy Carpenter, a resident here in Charlottesville. I also wanted to support the last comment Andrew made about the proposals you have regarding the statues that were recently taken down. I too think that you should have a vote and accept the proposal made by the Jefferson School. You've talked, we've talked, the community's talked. We've talked and talked and talked. We've had the Blue Ribbon Council Commission impaneled, and they did their due diligence and came up with, proposals and policies. And I think now is the time to bring an end to it all and have a decision prior to the new city council being seated in January. I think that this goes hand in hand with what's going on up at the federal courthouse. And as that winds down to some type of decision, I also think that our city council should also wind down and make a decision. And I think that the proposal you got from the Jefferson School is the best one and the best option that you could choose. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor Walker, I still don't see Gloria Beard And there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. Councilors, any comments? I'll just make a brief one about the statute proposal. We will be considering that discussion at our next meeting, the December 6th meeting. So it is on an upcoming agenda. Councilors, any questions or comments? No. Okay. So next up, it's 7:05. So we will move into our public hearing resolution on amending the comprehensive plan for the city of Charlottesville, including the future land use map 1 reading. We limited the time to the 2 minutes because we are anticipating quite a few citizens. The Planning Commission did a similar process of limiting to 2 minutes, and we have done it in the past when it's just in high volume of citizens who are speaking on a matter. There will be an opportunity at the end of the meeting for additional public comment. I know that may not satisfy everyone, but there will be an additional time to speak later tonight. And I'll turn it over to staff. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Freeze.
Good evening, Mayor Walker, members of council. It seems I can't start my video, but thank you again for the time tonight to present on the 2021 update to Charlottesville's comprehensive plan. I'm going to go ahead and turn the presentation over to Jenny Koch from our CVO Plans Together team and RHI Consultants for the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Before I get started, can you all hear my heater going behind me, or is it okay?
I can't.
Great. If it gets fuzzy, just let me know and I'll turn it off. A little cold right now. So thank you for having us. We're really excited to be to this point with you all. My name is Jenny Koch, and I'm an urban planner with RHI, or Roadside and Harwell, and I'm the project manager for the CVO Plans Together consultant team. There's a large group of people working on the CVO Plans Together projects. Tonight, you'll also hear from Ron Sessoms, who's an urban planner and urban designer with RHI. We have some other folks on the line as well. I do want to note before we jump into things, if you want to bring up the presentation, that would be great. But while you're doing that, we did speak with you all, and you all, council has participated in for the comprehensive plan. You all participated in the joint hearing with Planning Commission on October 12th. And on October 12th, we spoke with you all about a lot of the same things we're going to talk with you about tonight. It's really all the same things. So our intent is to move fairly quickly through these materials, so you can hear from each other and from the community. Let's see.
Jenny, this is Brian.
Do you want to?
I'm not sure I have the presentation.
Oh, okay. Would you like me to share my screen and show it?
That'd be fine.
Okay, let me just do that one second.
Might have come via Missy this morning or late yesterday. Maybe it was yesterday.
I think it was this weekend, but I have it prepared if you'd like me to.
I do remember now it was a link and not an attachment. That's what threw me. But if you have it, that'd be great.
Well, I'll go ahead and share mine. Sure. Let's see here. Does that look right? Great.
Yes.
So let's see here. 1 second. Let me rearrange my screen. Okay. So this is our agenda for tonight's presentation. Again, we're going to go through this and relatively quickly, hopefully. For those of you who are watching, we've got a link here if you want to if you have access to the slides, if you don't have access to the slides, just go to cvilleplans-together.com, and there's a link on the Stay Involved page, which should be linked directly from the front page as well. First thing we want to touch on is what we usually start our presentations with about this project is centering us on this overview of the process. So there are really 3 parts of CVille Plans Together, and they all are focused on updating this future vision for the city of Charlottesville with a particular focus on equity and affordability. The comprehensive plan is one of those 3 pieces of the process. It's a very important component of the city's overall policy framework for the future, and the plan serves to sort of express the vision and set up goals for the future development of the city. You can see here we've listed the 3 components of the project, CVille Plans Together project, in the gray box here. And we show the affordable housing plan with the check mark because that was completed in March of this year with your endorsement. And we're currently in the phase of updating the comprehensive plan, as we all know. And after we've worked together to get that final approved plan, the third and final part of the CVille Plans Together process is updating the zoning ordinance. And so that's really implementing the land use vision in the comprehensive plan, both in terms of the future land use map and also all the written components within that document. This is a slide we did not have in the previous presentation, but it gets at some of the things we've been talking about. So with this comprehensive plan update, as I mentioned, we're updating the future vision for the city. And so one of the ways we're doing that is by adding a set of guiding principles to the document. And those are woven throughout the entire document. And that's really intentional because they establish these priorities we've heard from the community about the future. And we've linked them to all the goals throughout the plan. With this document, we've also updated each chapter but had a real focus on the land use components, including the future land use map. And we focus also on the housing chapter, incorporating the affordable housing plan strategies. We created a new engagement chapter. And we've also added an implementation section with priority focused areas for the next 5 years. With this comp plan update, we're also supporting the affordable housing plan, as I mentioned, and identifying ways to shape a more equitable city. And for this, we've looked at ways to provide more opportunities or more housing options, as well as greater affordability throughout the city. And we've also looked at ways to target certain areas for more opportunity for housing to really enhance everyone's access to some of these really important community amenities, schools, parks, job centers. And also to provide focus areas for infrastructure improvements like transit and multimodal improvements. The third thing we've got on here is that we are looking to prepare the city for potential growth and change. And again, we're looking at different housing types, allowing potentially more housing to be built. And that's to address the housing need itself, which we'll talk about in a second, but it's also to address things like climate impacts that are really important as we move forward here in the city. Really importantly as well is that when we're thinking about preparing the community for growth and change, the document really looks to set the stage for addressing infrastructure needs to go along with its growth. And that's, looking not only at transportation, which I've already mentioned, but also things like schools, utilities and whatnot. So those are just some of the key highlights. And there's a summary of updates at the end of the presentation slides. It's in an appendix. So if you want, you can take a look at that. But we did talk through some of those more granular updates in the last hearing, so we won't go through those tonight. What we wanted to really focus on, we're talking about what the purpose of this plan is what are the housing and affordability needs we're really trying to address. There's a lot more information in the document and in the appendices to the comprehensive plan document, but want to go through a few things here. And again, we shared this with you on the 12th, but we think it's important to reiterate some of this here. We know from regional studies that the city and the county together, Albemarle County, are expected to see something like 15,000 additional households by 2040. Currently, the housing supply is constrained in Charlottesville because we know that only 30% of residentially zoned land allows for development of a single family level. So that means if you can afford a single family house and there's one available, that's great, but that is not the case for everyone. We also know that many people in Charlottesville are paying more than half of their income on housing. And we know the benchmark for affordability is paying about 30% of your income on housing. So that's a big problem. We also know that housing is not just a Charlottesville need. We're talking regionally. So, we're looking to include those elements from the Affordable Housing Plan that call for regional partnerships to address the housing need. And the other thing I think is really important to mention when we're thinking about affordability and housing needs is that this is going to take a sustained commitment from the city to address these needs, not only in terms of implementing the plan itself and supporting this land use vision, which I know we'll talk about more tonight, but also sustaining financial commitments from the Affordable Housing Plan and those initiatives that are important to make sure that deeply affordable housing really gets addressed. So all these things are really vitally important with each other. And they really look to support the fact that Charlottesville is a growing community, it's a changing community, and there's going to be an ever increasing demand for housing in a market that's very constrained and where zoning is really one of the biggest issues causing that constraint. So these are all things we're keeping in mind as we move forward here. I'll also note we did in the 4 o'clock session, as you all know, we talked a bit with Hamilton Lombard from the Weldon Cooper Center about growth in the city, recognizing that some of the census population numbers from this year may be skewed, may be a little incorrect because they may have undercounted the general student population that's normally here. So given that, we know that, just kind of reiterates the need to recognize there's ongoing growth in the city that we need to be looking to accommodate. I won't go through the Affordable Housing Plan in great detail, but I wanted to just show this information again because, as I mentioned earlier, one of the biggest things we've tried to do with the housing chapter of this document is to incorporate the recommendations of the Affordable Housing Plan. And the Affordable Housing Plan really sets the stage for many of the housing focused strategies in the comprehensive plan, and that includes the land use chapter. It really sort of identifies this vision for a local housing market that's healthy, high quality, affordable, and equitable. It has 3 guiding principles of racial equity, regional collaboration, and the comprehensive approach, which means, for example, land use itself will not make the change happen. And I think it's important to note that though there are a lot of different recommendations in the Affordable Housing Plan itself, there are 3 major initiatives that are listed here, which includes a funding dedication of $10 million annually, building inclusive governance at all levels, which working to make sure everyone is participating in this process, particularly those who are parts of these marginalized communities that may need some of the greatest help finding affordable housing. And then lastly, one of the major initiatives is adopting a progressive and inclusionary zoning reform. And though we're not looking to adopt any sort of zoning tonight, the land use map itself does set the stage for that to happen. So I've talked a bit about the overall background and what we're looking to do with this plan. But I want to talk a bit about the process that we've gone through. As you all know, the code of the state requires that the comprehensive plan is reviewed at least once every 5 years to see if it needs to be updated. And so that work began in 2017. During that time, draft future land use maps were developed and began to really set the stage for looking at increasing intensity throughout the city, including for different housing options. Excuse me. So from 2017 to 2018, staff and the Planning Commission led several phases of outreach, performed extensive work. And then in 2019, we were brought on board, the CVille Plans Together team, to develop an affordable housing plan, which I just spoke about, and also to complete the comprehensive plan revisions that have been started. And then following that with the zoning update that we've discussed. So throughout our process, we had, when I say our process, I mean the CVille Plans Together process. Starting in early 2020, we had 3 phases of community engagement, working with the city to gather community input and establish these community visions that then fed into other changes throughout the documents. When I say documents, plural, I'm talking about the comprehensive plan and the affordable housing plan. So I would note that though the CVille Plans Together process started in 2020, the process of updating this comprehensive plan has really been ongoing for about 5 years at this point. I know some of you have been intimately involved in that as well. Just wanted to show here some of the different types of activities we've used through the CVille Plans Together process to get community input. We've really used a variety of tools, and we hope that we'll be able to safely incorporate more in-person activities as we continue the process through zoning. You know, feel it's really important to make sure we're out there talking directly, especially to those who are less likely to be able to attend a Zoom meeting. There are over, I think, 140 of you on tonight, besides the panelists. So I want to reiterate, we spoke a little earlier about the need to really take that community engagement chapter from the proposed plan and put it into action, and we look forward to doing that. This is just a slide that sort of gives an overview of some things we've heard from the community throughout this process. And though our process had to be adjusted many times due to COVID, the sort of ever-evolving COVID conditions, we're happy we've gotten as much input as we have. And I think we're very grateful to those who have participated in the process. Sorry that this formatting is a little wonky here, but if you look at this orange box, if you download the slides, you can go and visit these links that will give you an overview of not only the input we've gotten from the CVille Plans Together process, but also the input that was received from the 2017 and 2018 processes. So with that, I'm going to jump into an overview of the plan. And again, we've spoken with you about this before, so I'll go through it fairly quickly, but we'll be happy to respond to questions as needed. In general, the comprehensive plan is a framework for the city. It's sort of what we would call an umbrella plan that provides this vision for the future of the city that is then supported by several functional plans, like the affordable housing plan, like the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, the forthcoming climate action plan, and other plans like that support the different elements of the plan. The comprehensive plan itself also is supported by and supports recommendations from several small area plans, which those identify sort of future visions for smaller areas in the city. And those, one example of that would be Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan or the Strategic Investment Area Plans, which were taken into advisement for this process. I'll also mention that we're talking about this comprehensive plan, but really along with the zoning ordinance, all of that together is what really defines the future vision of the city. Again, we're not talking about updating the zoning tonight. We're not looking to approve any sort of change to the zoning tonight, but we're looking to set the stage for that future implementation of the land use vision. The document, as I mentioned earlier, has some new guiding principles, and there are 5 of them. You can see them listed here. And the purpose of these principles is to identify priorities driven by the community input we've received throughout this process. And the real purpose is to tie together the goals throughout the chapters of the plan. One of the things we heard in the really early small group discussions we had was that people thought the document is sort of too stovepiped. It's too separated by chapters, and people wanted to see more about how they're tied together, the different strategies through the plan. And so this was how we've worked to do that. There's also 7 topic-specific chapters in the plan, and you can see them listed here. And each chapter has a vision statement related to that topic, and then several goals related to that vision statement, and strategies for working toward each goal. We've talked about land use a lot, we've talked about housing a lot, but all of these chapters have been reviewed and have received comments from the community, from staff, from you all. And so there has been changes throughout the document, even though it may seem like we focused on land use or housing. There's a lot covered in the plan. There are a lot of strategies in this document. I know it's a long document. That's just sort of the nature of comprehensive plans. It's in their title, I guess. But one way we've tried to work to focus to make priorities for the sort of shorter term is by identifying these priority areas. And these were identified through the input we got from staff and community members. And though all of the strategies in the document are really important, we felt that these 6 priority areas, along with the priority strategies that are identified with them, which I think there are about 30 of them, these look to sort of elevate those priorities that we've heard about repeatedly from many throughout the community. And I won't read them, but they range from looking at housing to access to shelter and food and job opportunities, climate change. Some of these main concerns we've heard about is what we're trying to address through these priority areas. So if you go to the implementation chapter of the document, you'll see different strategies included for these 6 priority areas, as well as a table in the main body itself of the document that shows timeframes for implementation, responsible departments for implementation. But I think it's important to note that there's also an appendix that has similar information about timelines and responsible parties and measures of progress for all the strategies in the plan. So even though it's not in the main body, which is mostly because of length, I want to note that there's an appendix that has that information for every strategy in the plan. All right, well, with that, I will hand it off to Ron to speak to you all for a bit.
Oh, and good evening. As Jeannie had mentioned, there are many components or elements to the comprehensive plan. And one of those key elements is land use. To formulate our land use recommendations, we've been working with the Charlottesville community over the past few months to craft a series of future land use objectives. These objectives serve as kind of guiding principles that help us establish how we approach future land use within the city. I won't read all of these point by point, but I did want to hit on some highlights of these planning objectives. One, I want to build upon the recommendations from other plans. We know there's been a series of small area plans that have been completed in the city. Plans are underway, like the climate action plan, and we want to make sure, and we have made sure, that we've tied in those recommendations from those plans throughout the document. We want to also make sure that we're building upon an equitable city, a city where it supports a wide range of housing options so that people who want to live in Charlottesville can live in Charlottesville, and they're not limited by their income as to where they can live or whether or not they can live within the city at all. We want to make sure that we're maximizing the city's resources. The city is not a bedroom community, it's a regional attraction that has many amenities. It's a community hub, not only for the community itself, but for the greater region. So make sure that we have opportunities to really celebrate those amenities and build upon those amenities moving into the future. Throughout the planning process and based upon our observations that we've made through the existing conditions analysis, we would recognize that opportunities for vacant or underutilized properties within the city could be opportunities that could serve as catalysts for growth within the city. Think of areas that are kind of low-scale commercial areas with large parking lots. We would consider those underutilized, and there's opportunities that we want to make sure that we promote to make those properties contribute to the greater economic sustainability of the city. The city is not a standalone entity, it's part of a region. So we need to make sure, and we have made sure, that we build correlation between city land uses and major institutions in the city, such as UVA, and also considering its location within the region, within Albemarle County, and making sure that we're coordinating that urban ring, the area around the city, matching land uses with the county, and making sure that the county land uses respond to the land uses within the city. Jenny touched on access to transit. That's something that's very important. We want to make sure we're building a walkable, sustainable city where we don't have to rely upon cars as much. So promoting access to transit, CATS bus routes, as well as facilitating opportunity for walking and biking within the city. And the Streets That Work program and document really lays out a clear strategy of how that can be adopted within the city, as well as the city's bike and pedestrian master plan. Charlottesville has a rich natural and cultural resource fabric. Throughout the development of the future land use map, we made sure that we considered those natural and cultural resources throughout the city, and they really become the reason why people love Charlottesville, the reason why people visit Charlottesville, because of these beautiful and rich amenities that the city has. And then last but certainly not least, Charlottesville is not just a bedroom community, it's an economic engine. So we need to make sure that we're looking at economic considerations outside of just housing to make sure that the city remains prosperous moving into the future. Next slide. So over the past few months, we went through several iterations of the future land use map. And the iterations that we developed throughout the last couple of months can be summarized in kind of 6 key areas. One being existing conditions. Early on in the process, we visited the city. We performed advanced mapping and analysis of existing conditions, which helped us understand what are the issues and opportunities within the city. We also paired that with what we've heard from the community to date at that time, early on in the process, to help us draft a preliminary list of planning objectives. And you can see from the previous slide, those were the final list of planning objectives, but we added to it, we refined it throughout the master planning process to make sure that we incorporated the community will. Before we applied a pen to paper with specific land uses, we developed a future land use framework. And an example of that is shown on the bottom right. This was an iteration of that framework that we shared early on in the process in March. Throughout the months of February and March, we worked with the steering committee and the planning commission to really craft this framework. And you think of a framework as a broad general concept. In this case, a concept that defines how we think of land use and land use organization within the city. You could see in the diagram that the yellow areas became kind of the basic frame of residential areas within the city. And then we thought of the city in a series of nodes and corridors, which is an approach that we often use in planning called the hub and spoke system, where you have a hub, in this case, like Charlottesville, downtown, which is a hub, it's the center of the community. And then you have these spokes, which are the corridors that lead out from that center to connect to other nodes or significant areas within the city. And along the way, we have opportunity to maximize access to transit within the city. These corridors are oftentimes where we find transit routes, as well as pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, whether it's existing or it's planned in future master plans that have already been approved and adopted by the city. So from that framework, we went through several iterations of that. And then we put pen to paper to establish actual physical land use designations through the city, which you can see will present the final future land use map tonight. And between May and now, we worked with the community to revise the future land use map. And all of you are aware, we went through several iterations of the map. That's not something that's unique to the planning process in Charlottesville. It's something that happens in all communities. You have to the future land use map is the development of the future land use map is an iterative process, and that was to be expected. And then tonight we present to you the final future land use map, which you will see. Next slide. So this is the current future land use map that you can see before you, which includes a range of land use types that range in intensity. from general residential, which is the lighter intensity areas, cater to residential, as the name would suggest, up to downtown core. And we worked through this map with the community, recognizing various opportunities to incorporate the wide range of land uses throughout the city, building upon the planning objectives, which serve to guide where these land uses were distributed within the community, as well as building upon that framework. We refined the framework as we went along, and we also used that and adapted it to kind of the on-the-ground recommendations for these specific land use categories. The future land use map is a broad, far-reaching plan. It serves as a roadmap, a general roadmap for future growth, and sets the vision for the community. We know that the city is going to grow, and we don't expect that this map will be implemented overnight. Just as the city has grown in the past, we expect incremental growth into the future. So this just serves as a framework and provides options as to where development can occur over time. We also, in further detail, we have a chart that includes all of the future land use map designations within the city. It provides much more detail as far as description and intent, form, including the urban design aspects and considerations that should be considered in zoning, as well as use and affordability components, which I'm sure most of you have read through this document. It's a lot of content. I won't go through it all tonight, but we will touch on two areas of concern that we've heard throughout the planning process, or at least two broad land use categories that we heard concern for, and that would include the sensitive community areas, as well as the medium intensity residential areas, which is currently shown on the map. Next slide. For the sensitive community areas, which you can see outlined in green here, this is part of the overall future land use map. We just simply zoomed into areas for readability's sake for the presentation. But a very clear concern that we heard from the beginning all the way through the end of this planning process was the need to recognize vulnerable communities throughout the city that could be areas that have encouraged displacement as the city began to grow. These are areas that can have low income, and they are areas that serve most of the diverse populations within the city. And we came to these outlines based upon census block data. So we used income and race to begin to formulate where these areas might be. These are only preliminary lines. We will continue to refine them and adapt them through the zoning process. We think there's a finer grain to these areas beyond just the census block. And we have heard that was a concern that would need to be addressed in the next phase of work, and we do recognize that. So as we get into zoning, we'll really get in and refine the boundaries of the sensitive community area to make sure that we're including the areas beyond the census block group areas that could or should be included within this boundary. And again, these areas are intended to encourage residents to stay in place while giving them opportunity and access to wealth building through the future land use map. Next slide, please. Then we have medium intensity residential, which mainly lie along corridors or near parks, school, job centers, and transit corridors within the community. These medium intensity residential areas are designated these locations to encourage walkability, bikeability, and transit access. Again, as I mentioned in the framework plan, that these corridors are areas that have transit access. They have or are planned to have bike routes and pedestrian infrastructure to help support greater access and greater intensity of development. We want to make sure that we include options that include a more diverse palette of housing options near places where people want to live, near those parks, near those schools, near those job centers. So we use this land use category to further emphasize that opportunity. And this responds directly with the Affordable Housing Plan, which calls for the restructuring of multifamily zoning and the overall approval process throughout the future land use map. So we're responding directly to that need to have multifamily of different scales throughout the city. Speaking of scale, right now we've defined the medium intensity residential category as one that would support up to 12 units per lot. We understand that every lot will not be able to accommodate 12 units per lot. That's why we included a range up to 12 units per lot. The zoning phase will definitely begin to break these overall districts down into sub-districts, not very dissimilar to the current future land use map, the 2013 future land use map, which has broad categories, which are further broken down in the current zoning. So we will still be taking a very similar approach, of course, for this future land use map. So we do say up to 12 units, but we certainly recognize and want to emphasize every site can't and will not be able to support 12 units per lot, and that we'll have to go through and refine the boundaries of residential, medium intensity residential throughout the city. We have a couple of precedent images here. The image at the top right is one example of how medium intensity could be implemented within a district. You can see you have 2 units in the front and maybe 2 to 3 units in the back, or it could be more, because I actually think the first unit has a front and back facing unit. So there's actually 4 units in that yellow building and 2 in the back. So that's an example of 6 units within the residential district. And then they can include, in areas where you have more intensity, perhaps you can move up in scale to a building such as the one at the bottom right, where you have 6 units on the front. And if that was a 12-unit development, perhaps you could have a second building of similar scale to the back, particularly taking advantage of those lots with greater depth within the city. Again, these are recommendations that will require a scaffold to really get in and on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis and really determine what's appropriate. And that appropriate level of intensity will also depend upon the actual zoning tools that we recommend. What are the setbacks, the front setback, the side setbacks, the overall height? Those are going to be significant drivers as to how many units per lot one could feasibly get on a site. Next slide. Again, further emphasizing that there will be a zoning phase that follows up to this future land use map. There are areas of medium intensity residential on the map that could disappear. We may find that it's not completely feasible once we develop our menu of tools, our implementation tools that includes those urban form considerations. And, I fully expect that this medium intensity area will shape and it will morph. Maybe there's some areas that should be included. And once we go through the zoning analysis phase, we find that there's areas that could be included that's not currently shown. There will be an iterative process. It'll be part of the zoning mapping process that will include community engagement and will further refine these recommendations moving forward. I also want to touch on the element of affordability. We will include an inclusionary zoning study as part of the next phase so we can determine what are the benchmarks for affordability for the future land use map and zoning that we can build upon for those recommendations. Next slide. So we understand that future land use map is only one factor in regards to affordability. The future land use map alone cannot solve the housing crisis in Charlottesville. We recognize that. And the Affordable Housing Plan also recognizes that. So I do want to emphasize that, in that there will need to be policy changes. The funding mechanisms that Jenny had mentioned earlier with the city's contribution to affordable housing will certainly come into play. And we'll also explore other opportunities like community land trusts and other elements that could help make this vision a reality. We want to make sure that we allow just a broad array of housing types within the city that could contribute to the naturally affordable housing options, and also consider both rental and home ownership options. Oftentimes when one think of affordable units, they immediately jump to rentals, but that's not, and certainly not the case. We also want to encourage home ownership and wealth building within the community. And that kind of goes back to density for density's sake. We don't want to do that. We want to have density with purpose. And we've considered that throughout the planning process. Next slide. We heard through the planning process a need to overlay housing affordability throughout all land use districts within the community. We've listened. What we've done is we have a roadmap that will take us to zoning, which bakes in, so to speak, affordability within every land use category. And by bake in, I mean that affordability requirements are part of the overall definition of that land use category, which is good. It allows for ease of translation in the zoning phase. And once the zoning is complete, it allows for ease of use for implementing the affordability requirements of the city. So here I won't go through every item on the chart, but you can see we have affordability measures within every land use category. And oftentimes it's built of a bonus program where you have a base level of units with additional units allowed per the mechanisms to be determined in zoning for those different benchmarks of affordability to ensure that every land use category have that opportunity for affordability. Next slide. And the Planning Commission recommendations.
Yeah, so thanks, Ron.
Yep.
So we've walked through the summary of the plan, which you all have heard several times. I know it becomes repetitive, but I think it's important to make sure, again, we're all on the same page about what's been done here. Again, we met with you all in the Planning Commission on the 12th of October for a joint hearing. We walked through his materials, and as you know, Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the amended plan with the 4 amendments as you see here. We've incorporated these amendments into the version of the plan that we shared prior to this meeting, and we look forward to speaking with you in a bit about how you'd like to proceed. But before we get to that point, just a few more notes. Want to give some insight into next steps. What happens after we've got a final amended plan? So after the comprehensive plan update is adopted as amended, we'll work to update the zoning ordinance as we've discussed several times tonight. This will include several additional community engagement points, which we'll further outline in early 2022. Hopefully we'll have a good sense of sort of COVID and how we might be able to proceed through this process. Again, utilizing those strategies that are included in the community engagement chapter of the plan. A few notes about the relationship between the comprehensive plan and zoning. I've said a few times tonight, we're not looking to adopt a new zoning tonight, but we recognize the comprehensive plan sets the stage. So even beyond the future land use map, there are a lot of different goals and strategies in the comprehensive plan that outline several things that'll need to be considered for the zoning update. Any development produced under the updated code would need to consider these updated requirements. And what that will include is making sure that the community priorities and values that we've got embedded in the comprehensive plan that you all are reviewing tonight, making sure that those things like enhanced connectivity, green space and trees, stormwater management, context sensitivity, historic preservation. We want to make sure that all those things are reflected in the zoning ordinance. And, as Ron was discussing, it's not going to be a one-to-one match between the two, between the future land use map and the zoning districts. The zoning ordinance will be implementing the future land use map as well as the small area plans that are existing, and also looking at implementing those urban design priorities that we've got in the plan. But it's a longer term vision that might be represented sort of incrementally in the zoning ordinance, including, for example, in the medium intensity areas that Ron described earlier. Another piece of the zoning next step is it will include this inclusionary zoning study, which will look at ways to require inclusion of affordable homes in market rate developments. And we've got a graphic on here from the affordable housing plan. You can view that in the document if you'd like to look further. Inclusionary zoning is really most effective at the sort of 10 or more unit scales. And that's why we've proposed a bonus program potentially to be used in smaller scale development. But all of this will be discussed and refined further as we move through the zoning process and the analyses that go with that. We want to end this part on just some insight again on how exactly the zoning process will proceed. There are sort of two general parts to the process. There are a lot of different tasks within these two parts. So this is a simplification of what will be happening. But in general, there'll be what we've called here, part one of the zoning process will be providing an overview of the changes that are needed to the zoning ordinance, both to reflect the comprehensive plan, but also to reflect other deficiencies that may exist. So we'll identify those, and then we'll also identify the proposed approach to the updates. And so that'll take maybe up to about 6 months. As I think James mentioned in the earlier session, that'll include modeling different outcomes related to sort of building forms and market outcomes. And we expect there'll be a joint work session with Planning Commission and Council during that phase. And then once we've got a stamp of approval on the sort of approach to this update of the zoning ordinance, we'll work to draft it. And the time frame for that is, as you know, maybe up to 9 to 12 months. Be drafted in a few different pieces as listed here. And, you know, again, we do expect there'll be interim updates to the Planning Commission and Council, but that we also will be working with the steering committee, in addition to staff and other, you know, with the staff on that. But we do anticipate, you know, Council remaining involved on the steering committee. We know that we may need a new member on there, but we think it'll be great to have your input as we go along there. So that being said, that's the presentation. I do want to give here James Fries a chance to speak if you would like to do so, or Missy Creasy or others.
Hi, good evening again. Again, I'm trying to start my video, but it's telling me that I cannot. Thank you again this evening for your time and attention, both tonight and over the many different meetings that you've participated in over the last many different months. We appreciate your time and attention here tonight and with the Planning Commission at previous public hearings and public meetings. As I as I mentioned in my previous comments, the Neighborhood Development Services staff are very pleased to, along with the Planning Commission, recommend approval and adoption of this update to the City of Charlottesville Comprehensive Plan. And we are committed as we move forward into the zoning phase to implementing the community engagement strategies of our comprehensive plan, engaging with the community in conversations around zoning and outcomes within their neighborhoods, modeling the building and market outcomes as we've talked about, and advancing this project generally. So thank you again, and we welcome your comments and questions.
Right. Thank you all for that presentation. Counselors, do you have questions at this, questions or comments at this point?
Mayor Walker, I do. One thing I noticed when going through the plan is that there does not appear to be, 10th and Page does not have the small area plan as one listed as one of the recommended areas to have a small area plan. And I just think that that's one of the areas that needs to have one sooner rather than later.
Are there any other?
All the questions I would have at this phase I addressed in the earlier session. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, plenty of comments after, but knowing we have to get to the public hearing.
Any other? Okay, so it's probably best that we actually break. It's 5 minutes till 8, that we break for our 15-minute break and come back and start the public hearing portion. So are there any final comments or questions for counselors? Okay, so we'll return at 8:10. Councilor Payne, are you there? Just wait till, okay. All right, call this meeting back to order. We'll open up the public hearing on the comp plan and future land use map. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Wheeler, and there'll be 2 minutes per speaker for this agenda item.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. There's speculation on the internet that we're about to break the internet when I enable this button, but we'll do a quick little countdown here. So when I get to 1, I'll enable the raise hand function and you can get in line. 3, 2, 1. And hopefully that'll give people a fairish chance to all get in line. We've got over 30 hands raised at this point. And I'll call on each speaker and then I'll announce the next 2 speakers to follow. First up is Maddie Green, who will be followed by Buzz Becker and then Nancy Carpenter. Maddie, you're on with council and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi there, can you hear me?
You might need to speak up just a little.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
That's better.
Yes.
All right, thank you, councilors and Mayor Walker. My name is Maddie Green. I'm a CRHA commissioner and a resident of Charlottesville. I want to thank you for your hard work and long hours trying to complete this comprehensive plan. It's been a long time coming. As a renter for several years in Woollen Mills and now a homeowner on the same block, I want to speak loudly in full support of rezoning portions of Woollen Mills and Chesapeake Street and adopting the comprehensive plan in totality with no amendments and no further delays. Our neighborhood is already rapidly changing, and allowing more density will ensure that more housing opportunities are placed in this amenity-rich area. And it will also hopefully undo our history as a very segregated and exclusive community. I want to thank the councilors who are going to be brave enough to vote for this historic change. It will hopefully increase equity in our community and as well as support the basic human right to safe and affordable housing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next up is Buzz Becker, who will be followed by Nancy Carpenter and then Tracy Carlson. Buzz, you're on with council and you've got 2 minutes.
Hey, good evening, councilors. My name is Buzz Becker. I live on Forest Hills Avenue, and I'm a renewable energy developer like many folks in Charlottesville are. And with that in mind, I do have a particular climate focus in why I'm asking you to sign off and vote for the comprehensive plan and future land use map tonight. We think that dense living in a way that this comprehensive plan facilitates through increased units in the urban core of Charlottesville is super important to protecting our climate in the future. And I was actually in Houston this past weekend where I lived before I moved to Virginia. And Houston's an interesting city where they do allow a lot more building of residential units than a lot of major cities in America. And what was really eye-opening was some of my friends who have lived there for a long time speaking how it is still relatively affordable, even in really desirable neighborhoods, something that I don't think we can say about Charlottesville today. So really appreciate all the work you put in. I think we're really excited to get deeper into the details during the zoning ordinance process. And I would ask you to vote in support of the comprehensive plan tonight.
Thank you.
And I'll just add, if you're on via telephone, you can press *9 to get in line. If you want to get in line, you can click the raise hand icon. Next up is Nancy Carpenter, who will be followed by Tracy Carlson, then Angela Cholfi. Nancy, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Again, thank you for the opportunity to address the council on this most significant piece of public policy that you'll be facing at this time of the year. I do live in one of these sensitive areas that has been identified on the map. And I do also want to ask that you support the hard work that the consultants have done. I know that you all have put in so much of your time and sweat and effort in trying to alleviate what is going on with this city when it comes to housing. I am myself a renter and have been in the past 5 years since I've been in the city. And I've slowly seen, and more recently dramatically seen, what is going on with the affordability of housing with people in all income levels, in this city, except for maybe a few. But I do think the land use map and the comprehensive plan that your planning commission, that our planning commission unanimously supported and passed on to you with their unanimous support is a document that is well worth the time to adopt, because it will address, I believe, issues as we go forward in the 21st century for the children and the grandchildren of those of us who are speaking tonight. Thank you.
Next up is Tracy Carlson, who will be followed by Angela Cholfi and then Tim Giles. Tracy, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to tell you a story. Exactly 2 years ago, my husband and I were looking at houses as we wanted to move here to be near family. Please imagine the conversation we might have with our wonderful realtor about this same house today. So glad you like the house. There's something I need to tell you. Affordable housing is a concern in Charlottesville. Yes, it's a real problem most places. I see the next house over has 2 front doors, so that might be split into 2 units. That would be cool. Well, actually, this area is zoned up for up to 12 units and 4 stories. Wait, what? There's nothing but small houses on dinky lots here. I assume the neighbors are all on board? Honestly, I don't think many of them are aware of the new plan. I only found out a couple of months ago, and it's been changing ever since. But you can't even drive 2 cars down the street at the same time. It's not certain you'd get 12-unit buildings here, but you could. There are several blocks around here zoned for medium density. Wow, affordable housing must be a real crisis. How many units are needed? How short are we? Well, no one really knows. What about the other houses we looked at? What's the situation there? I'm afraid those areas are also zoned the same way. But again, it's not certain exactly what can be built where. Most likely developers will want to build high-end units with a few affordable ones. But that makes no sense. Again, nothing has been set in stone. When will you know? Well, there's a process. It could take a long time before everything's clear, maybe a couple years. Whoa, I'm old. I don't have that kind of time to find a house. And I bet low-income families don't want to wait either just to find out where there might or might not be a few units. Is there anywhere else that's not in total limbo? Let's expand your search a little and look at houses in the county. Please, this is crazy. I hope you have someone experienced managing all this complexity, at least. Let me get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Next up is Angela Cholfi, who will be followed by Tim Giles, then Gregory Weaver. Angela, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Mayor Walker, councilors, good evening, and thank you for listening. My name is Angela Cholfi, she, her, and I am the executive director of the Legal Aid Justice Center, which is also a proud member of the Charlottesville Low Income Housing Coalition. I am also a city resident. Congratulations and thank you for getting to this stage after so many years of work. You will make history if you vote for this plan, and I encourage you to do so. At Legal Aid Justice Center, we have triaged the symptoms of the affordable housing crisis for decades, and I would like to center what this is really about. We have witnessed countless households move very far out of the city because they can't afford housing here. We regularly work with families who have doubled and tripled up, sometimes living in their cars in the city in order to be close to jobs and schools and family. We could assign every lawyer to do nothing but eviction defense all day long, and it still would not be enough. And that was true before the pandemic. The comprehensive plan and land use map are an important step to alleviating these pressures and to upholding principles of equity and justice. The racist history of our current zoning map is well known. It was intended to perpetuate racial segregation in our city and to deprive Black people of their wealth. Laws that were racist by design should be presumptively invalid. And that is why I am proud to support the years of work and community engagement that has gone into creating a new map that confronts our history of segregation and the continuing effects of that original intent. As the consultants said, zoning alone cannot fix this issue. The city must have a sustained commitment to deeply investing in affordable housing and enacting an aggressive inclusionary zoning ordinance. But tonight, you have an opportunity to right a wrong. I urge you to vote yes without delay.
Thank you.
Next up is Tim Giles, who will be followed by Gregory Weaver, then Jennifer Sessions. Tim, you're on with council and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Councilors, Mayor Walker, thank you for the time. Thank you for the hard work of working through this very long process, almost at the end of it all, at least for this part, and it's very exciting to see. I'll keep it short and sweet. Please vote in favor of this comprehensive plan and this future use land map. Make Charlottesville a more equitable, transitable, livable place for all of us who live here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Gregory Weaver. Greg, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Hi, City Council. This is Greg Weaver in Price Spring. I hope that you all paid some attention to what happened at the COP26 conference last week. Basically, world leaders came together and said, we don't have the guts to stand up to big money interests in fossil fuel magnates. We will say we'll do some stuff here and there to help fight climate change, but if it means giving up the wads of cash we receive in order to maintain the status quo, we're out. Future generations be damned. We need to understand that the world's governments will not save us. Our own country's president will not take the necessary steps to ensure our survival. Our Commonwealth just voted a climate denier to the governor's mansion. We have to take matters into our own hands. We as a city can envision a future greater than that of these wealthy and powerful talking heads, and a future greater than that of the wealthy and powerful talking heads of our city that are undeniably on tonight's call. The first step towards climate justice in Charlottesville is immediate and unanimous passage of the comprehensive plan. Increased density via the future land use map will allow us to begin to address climate inequities in our city, but also allow us to future-proof our city to combat future inequities caused by climate change. Specifically, we cannot reach net zero emissions if we don't overhaul how we get around. We need to all but eliminate single-family vehicle use in the city. To do that, we need robust mass transit, bus and rail. We need streets that prioritize biking and walking. We need necessities and amenities within reach without having to get into a car. The comprehensive plan allows us to move in that direction. This isn't a pipe dream. Cities around the world have been transformed and are currently being transformed in ways that take climate change seriously. Let Charlottesville lead the way for our Commonwealth and for the rest of the country. Let's pass the plan and get to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Jennifer Sessions, who will be followed by Louis Oyola and then Mark Whittle. Jennifer, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
I don't need 2 minutes. My name is Jennifer Sessions. I'm a city resident and a homeowner in Fry's Spring. Others have already spoken very eloquently about the advantages that the proposed comprehensive plan offers in terms of affordability, equity, access to transit and services, and carbon emissions and environmental impacts in the city. So I just want to add my thanks to all those who've worked so hard on this process over many years, and to ask that you vote tonight for the comprehensive plan and land use map as the Planning Commission has unanimously recommended. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Luis Oyola. Luis, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for having us, and thank you for taking on this important step. My name is Luis Oyola. I live in Longwood Drive. I'm Director of Organizing at Legal Aid Justice Center. However, I'm speaking in my personal capacity. I've been a renter in Charlottesville City since 2008. I've lived in Belmont, 10th and Page, Fry Spring, and Venable. As of this year, I've been house hunting. And I'm here to just speak to my experience that it's been impossible to find anything below maybe 350K, which requires a higher household income than what the median income is for Charlottesville. And when I say that, I mean anything, like even apartments. If we're talking about single detached family homes, we're easily talking about like 450 to 500K to start with. So as a result, I'm having to move to Fluvanna County. And while I am very grateful to be in a place where I can have a home or be a homeowner, it does mean that I will have to commute now and for a much longer distance, and that I am no longer residing in the town I've been in for well over a decade, meaning that I've been effectively displaced. This is nothing compared to what Black and brown people of lower income than I have had to put up with for years and decades. And so I support protection and expansion of affordable housing as part of the fair land use map, a future land use map, and the comp plan. It is council's duty to stop displacement and prevent more situations like mine and of people who have been facing what I've been facing for many, many years. The only way to do this is to allow higher density across the city, as opposed to only higher density in the low income neighborhoods that are already being displaced, as it has unfortunately happened due to the strong reactions to adding more housing in other neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Next up is Mark Whittle, who will be followed by Rebecca Deeds and Allison Gray. Mark, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to discuss the pros and cons of upzoning many neighborhoods specifically to medium intensity with 12 plus units. Based on a recent conversation with one council member, it seems that the comprehensive plan's overall goals would be reduced only by about 10% if these neighborhoods were instead zoned general residential. Now, this estimate comes mainly from the fact that medium intensity simply doesn't create affordability below 70% AMI, and only inefficiently then generates affordability above 70% AMI. So, set against a modest 10% loss of goals, what might we gain from removing the medium intensity zoning? 1, you would immediately remove all unintended consequences associated with this high-risk zoning. Now, these risks include driving prices higher, destroying functional neighborhoods, including low income, and incurring major infrastructural costs. 2, you would restore faith in Charlottesville's currently dysfunctional government by honoring the democratic process. There are several thousand citizens who are begging you not to upzone their neighborhoods to medium intensity. As elected representatives, you must listen to these pleas and fold them into your decision-making. 3, you could instead bring the community together. Currently, the title Seville Plans Together is a painful misnomer. In truth, the plan has divided the community, but a compromise at this point could go a long way to reversing that process. And finally, thousands of people will again sleep at night. You must not underestimate the upset that this plan has caused many of Charlottesville's citizens. Almost all of this anxiety stems from the uncertainty introduced by the medium intensity designation, tied to a complete lack of faith that things will go smoothly in the rezoning stage. If you were to erase medium intensity from the plan, you would almost hear the collective sigh of relief felt by all these people. Is it really worth clinging to that last 10% of the plan, which is so toxic to so many? Now is your moment to live up to the serious responsibility of representing the legitimate concern of all of Charlottesville citizens. Thank you. Sorry I went on a bit long.
Next up is Rebecca Deeds, who will be followed by Allison Gray and then Gareth Gaston. We have 45 additional hands raised, and the previous speaker was number 10. If you'd like to get in line, please click the raise hand icon. Rebecca, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rebecca Deeds, and I live off of Carlton Avenue in the city, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Preservation Piedmont, which is a nonprofit grassroots organization that advocates for historic resources, landscapes, neighborhoods, and buildings, and works to ensure the continuity of our communities and their sense of place. When the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend that City Council adopt the comprehensive plan update, they did so proposing 4 amendments. I'm speaking today especially in support of Amendment 1 because it provides a framework for continued use of existing housing and takes into account the importance of protecting significant historic structures. We request that City Council instruct the CVO Plans Together consulting team to explore all possible means available in the zoning ordinance to incentivize the retention, not demolition, of existing housing on all established streets. Doing so will allow sensitive infill development and greater housing supply, but not at the expense of existing housing. For the same reason, we also express our support for Amendment 3, which will consider demolition disincentives as feasible. We also express our support for Amendment 4, which will allow for more time and process to define the boundaries of the sensitive community areas laid out in the future land use map. The detailed delineation of these boundaries is paramount, and the boundaries should encompass the full neighborhoods that will be impacted. Preservation Piedmont will continue to examine any comp plan revisions and any new versions of the future land use map and the future development of the new zoning ordinance. And we will continue to make additional comments and recommendations as the process continues. And thank you so much for all of your work on this. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Allison Gray, who will be followed by Gareth Gaston and then Eileen Bartels. Allison, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Allison Gray, and I've been renting in Charlottesville since 2018, and I'm currently living in the Ridge Street neighborhood. I encourage City Council to vote in favor of the comprehensive plan. Single-family zoning is a racist relic, and we must get rid of it. Dense housing is a necessity as we combat climate change head-on. This comprehensive plan project was started all the way back in 2017, and there's no need to delay any further. I want to thank the Planning Commission for all their hard work. I want to thank local journalists for covering this long process. And again, City Council, I encourage you to vote in favor of the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gareth Gaston. Gareth, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. This is Gareth Gaston. Thank you, Council and Mayor Walker. I just want to say how much I and my family support the FLUM and the comprehensive plan. And I want to say that in particular because we are housing secure. We live on Rugby Road in a big old house in a historic district. We love our house, we love our neighborhood, but we live in unprecedented times. And we don't think the sky will fall if the comprehensive plan is passed. Our planet is on fire, income, wealth, and racial inequality are skyrocketing. Passing the comprehensive plan isn't the only thing we can do, but it's one thing we can do, and the time to do it is now. Housing prices have been increasing faster than income for years. Professors used to be able to buy houses in this neighborhood, and that is no longer the case. That's a whole population of people who used to be able to walk to their jobs, but now have to drive. And similarly, as other people have talked about tonight, many people have been pushed out of the city, commuting from as far away as Waynesboro across the mountains. Again, we don't think this will solve all of our problems, but it's a start. I would love to see the city build beautiful mixed income social housing. I'd love to see the city commit to massively improved public transportation systems, more bike paths, fewer parking lots. Some opponents of this plan have proposed building housing on existing land owned by the city or otherwise underutilized land. By all means, let's do that too. But first, please pass the comprehensive plan and do it tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eileen Bartels, who will be followed by Brandon Collins and then Elizabeth Stark. Eileen, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Eileen Bartels. I've lived in Belmont for 20 years, and I'm just calling in to urge you to please vote in favor of the comprehensive plan as recommended to council by the Planning Commission. That's all. Everyone else has been so eloquent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Brandon Collins. Brandon, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council and Mayor Walker. My name is Brandon Collins. I have lived in Charlottesville my entire life. I've raised a daughter here and have 2 young children who are also being raised here in Charlottesville. Charlottesville is my home. I care very deeply about it, and I care very deeply about justice. And I'm here to congratulate you on arriving to an historic moment, and I urge you to unanimously approve the future land use map as presented unanimously by the Planning Commission. This process has been a very long one. It actually goes before 2017, but the real hard work did start in 2017. And what happened was there was a housing study, and so there was a number that you could assign to the affordable housing crisis, and it was about 4,000 interventions needed. That number has certainly grown since that time, just looking at rents and the struggle faced day to day by everybody in Charlottesville. So the crisis is real. There is no silver bullet. There's no magic wand waving in the land use map or the comprehensive plan or in policy or in zoning or in funding, but combined together, what you have in front of you is something that is not the status quo. You have something that can fight gentrification, which is extremely difficult to do. You have something that can provide affordable housing for those who most need it. And you can make an attempt to desegregate Charlottesville, which has been segregated since its inception. So let's not preserve the status quo. Let's take a step forward and do something, because what we've been doing all along has provided inequality, wealth inequality, racial inequality, and has turned our planet into ashes. So I ask for that unanimous approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Stark, who will be followed by Mary Whittle, and then Christine Bryant Ryback. Elizabeth, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Hi, councilors. My name is Elizabeth Stark, and I live on Fairway Avenue in the Woolen Mills neighborhood, where I've lived as a renter with my family of 4 for the past 8 years. Thank you for the work and dedication on the comprehensive plan and future land use map. I know that this has been a long road, and I know you all have put in a great deal of time and energy, and I appreciate the supportive comments I've heard from you in the past. Without the by right ability to create dense, affordable housing, the trend of building gigantic single-family mansions instead will continue. On my street right now, a small church was torn down and 2, 3, or 4,000 square foot single-family homes were built in their place. These single-family homes are no bigger than what proposed multiplex housing would look like. But instead of housing 4 families or 12, these monster homes house just 1 family. Wealthy landowners will likely be commenting tonight, grasping at straws for yet another reason that their wealth should afford them the privilege of not living near dense or diverse housing, or purporting to want to preserve so-called neighborhood character, or telling us that we can't move forward with density because the benefits of a livable, walkable, more environmentally friendly, and more affordable city are somehow not as important as a handful of old trees. I hope that in the face of these voices, you will stay strong and move forward with supporting the revised comprehensive plan and the future land use map. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Whittle, who will be followed by Christine Bryant Ryback, and then Josh Cron. Mary, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes. And you,
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
we can.
Can you guys hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can.
Hi. So I just want to make a quick comment about the plan, just kind of a little more in general. And I have been under the impression, I think many of us had, that the plan costs $926,000, which is in line with what a really good plan for a city of our size should cost. But city staff told me this morning that actually our plan only costs $223,000, and then the remaining $700,000 was kind of split between Affordable Housing and Rezoning Code. So I think, unfortunately, our plan's low cost means that it was composed without input from expert subcontractors, including in engineering, transportation, economics, demographics, infrastructure, and environmental impact. And those are the type of people that would, as I understand it, typically contribute to a top quality, truly comprehensive plan. So we're moving forward without that expertise, which is a shame. One group that has done a lot of research into our economy is Citizens for Responsible Planning. Based on their research, I'd just like to ask that the plan's medium intensity residential, the 12 plus unit designation, be scaled back in both scope and intensity. CFRP's analysis of Charlottesville's land prices shows that upzoning in fact dramatically raises land values and therefore does not lead to affordable new development, which is what we all want. CFRP's analysis of Charlottesville also shows that medium intensity designation is not necessary for making our housing market more flexible, given the many other significant changes in the FLUM, including other upzoning. A lot of the areas designated for medium intensity simply don't make sense. They're not as walkable as general residential, and they also lack critical infrastructure. With medium intensity, we could end up with the worst of all worlds, having a scattering of multifamily buildings, isolated from amenities, and lacking infrastructure such as sidewalks. Finally, guys, I'm sorry, but it is a lot to ask people who invested in R1 neighborhoods to simply accept 12-unit buildings of 4 or more stories. Given the seemingly arbitrary locations of the medium intensity designations, many people suspect that they are simply being targeted for reasons that have nothing to do with good planning. Councilors, if you must have medium intensity, please consider scaling it back to a few appropriate areas already adjacent to amenities and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christine Bryant-Ryback, who will be followed by Josh Cron and then Susan Cruz. Christine, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Christine Bryant-Ryback, and I've lived in Albemarle County / Charlottesville since 1984. I'd like you all to vote in favor of the comprehensive plan as is recommended to you by the city planners. I've been a homeowner in the Fifel area since about 2012. I'm from Albemarle County. I've lived there for a long time. We didn't have a lot of money. But for me, the surrounding streets, the homeowners, the people that live with me in Fifel are important to me. I would like to recommend that you vote in favor of the comprehensive plan that was recommended, because I get sentimental because it's so important to me that you look at the people that live here. You look at the people that live here. You look at the people who have lived here for a long time, and you think of them as real people. And you think of them as people who deserve to live here for a long time. Sorry, that's a lot, but thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Josh Cron, who will be followed by Susan Cruz and then Danny Yoder. Josh, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Hi, thanks for giving me time. I just want to echo many of the other callers and urge council to pass the comp plan tonight. I think it'll give us a path to end decades of exclusionary Euclidean zoning that has basically created an unsustainable, de facto segregated, car-dependent, and increasingly unaffordable city. I don't think it's a perfect plan. Personally, I think lowering the max building heights to 2.5 stories in general residential is a mistake that'll come back to haunt us if it makes it into the zoning ordinance. I also think the selective designation of medium density is a little problematic because I think we want all areas of the city to be able to grow organically because climate sustainability requires much higher density than even the proposed general residential allows. But overall, I think the plan will be a huge step in the right direction, and I hope you'll pass it tonight. I also have one quick anecdote that hopefully isn't too much of a tangent. I think it's related to the comp plan, but I'll try to be quick. When I was reading, skimming the agenda this morning, I was reading about the part about the fuel station and the salt barn. And my first thing was like, what the heck is a salt barn? And then of course I realized, oh, that's where they store the salt in the wintertime. So I started thinking about every year when there's ice and snow in the forecast, a nice city employee comes and puts ice on the streets and then comes back with a plow if it snows. But nobody does that for the sidewalks in front of my house. And I don't know about all the streets in the city, but in my neighborhood, residents are responsible for that, even though pedestrians are trafficked too. So I don't want to make this like it's a big deal. The issue itself is really fairly inconsequential. Obviously, I don't mind shoveling my sidewalks, but it's just one of the hundreds of little ways that local and state government prioritizes cars over human beings. And I think as we go from planning into the zoning, we should look critically for these little things because they add up to a lot. Sorry to go over.
Our 20th speaker is Susan Cruz. We have 37 other hands raised right now. If you'd like to get in line, please click the raise hand icon. Up next will be Danny Yoder and then Len Schappa. Susan, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Susan Cruz. I am the Executive Director of the Community Climate Collaborative and a long-term Charlottesville resident. Nearly 2.5 years ago, the city set its targets to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 45% by 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. While we still do not have a climate action plan that could have helped to guide the revision of the city's comprehensive plan, I am pleased to support the city's comprehensive plan and future land use map. In order to create a carbon neutral city, we must create more affordable, walkable, transit-oriented development. Residents of all income levels should have access to all the neighborhoods and their amenities, parks, green spaces, creeks, restaurants, grocery stores, etc. The future land use map accomplishes these things. I also appreciate that expansion of the city's natural gas utility was removed from the language around our natural gas utility. While I think we could do a lot more in that area, particularly looking at decommissioning and restricting expansion of our natural gas utility, particularly in the city's own operations, I support the comprehensive plan revision and the land use map, and I'm looking forward to its passage so we can get to work on our climate action plan. And hopefully at that time, we can work some more on that fossil fuel infrastructure. Thank you for all you do, and we really appreciate the work on this plan.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Danny Yoder, who will be followed by Len Schappa and then Elizabeth Emery. Danny, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Danny Yoder, and I live with my family here in Charlottesville. I'm speaking in support of the draft comprehensive plan. Others have spoken eloquently about the many reasons to adopt this plan, and I'll focus my brief comments on climate change. Our housing and transportation choices make up the majority of our individual and household carbon footprints. A family that lives in a small house, townhouse, or apartment within walking distance of their jobs, schools, and other daily needs emits less greenhouse gases than a similar family that lives in a large single-family home and drives to access most of their needs. There are plenty of people who want to live carbon-light lives in dense, walkable neighborhoods in Charlottesville, but are unable to find or afford this type of housing. The zoning code can be one of our most powerful tools for fighting climate change. This draft comp plan goes a long way towards addressing this by allowing more density in Charlottesville. I know that many Charlottesville residents prioritize climate action, and this draft plan and the subsequent rewrite of the zoning code is one of our best opportunities to take real action against climate change. I urge you to adopt the draft comprehensive plan as written Thank you so much for all of your hard work during this process.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Len Schappa, who will be followed by Elizabeth Emery and then John Hosick. Len, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
My name is Len Schappa. I'm from 1439 Westwood Road, and I'd like to urge the council to adopt the comprehensive plan. I love the environmental chapter, the transportation plans, the emphasis on preservation and context-sensitive neighborhoods. There are many good aspects of this plan. I also support moving away from R1 zoning so that we can have denser neighborhoods and more people can live in walkable communities. These are all great things. But I, at the same time, ask you to delay approving the future land use map, the one piece of this project, until after the zoning stage is done so that we don't have a lot of misleading expectations about what's going to happen in many specific neighborhoods. What we have, the comprehensive plan is supposed to provide the city with clarity on what we're going to see in the future. But instead, we heard from Ron Sessoms today that some of the medium intensity residential lots are going to drop out of that category. And some that are currently general intensity are going to move into the medium intensity residential once they actually look at specific lots. We also heard that while in the medium intensity residential, the plan calls for up to 12 units, that in each specific lot, there's still a lot more analysis to be done, and many of these will not be authorized for 12 units. So why adopt the plan when we don't have that kind of basic information about what's going to happen with these lots? If someone goes out and buys a house, buys some land in the next year while they're waiting for zoning, they're going to look at this plan and say, I can build 12 units on this land, can't I? And I think you want to avoid that kind of possible litigation by delaying the adoption of the FLUME. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Emery, who will be followed by John Hosick and then Crystal Passmore. Elizabeth, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
I'm Pastor Liz Emery of New Beginnings Christian Community, which is at 1130 East Market Street. I'm also a member of Impact Strategy Committee on Affordable Housing, and I also represented Impact for the Seville Plans Together Steering Committee. This is more than just a theoretical problem. We have members who are living in terrible conditions. We have one member who's living with the ceiling falling down, black mold, just horrible living conditions, but it's the only place he can afford. We've gone to 8 different agencies in the city, and they keep bouncing us around, no one wanting to inspect or to do anything about his landlord. And so we desperately need affordable housing in Charlottesville because this is a desperate time for our folks. And our 27 congregations in Impact ask you to vote for the housing plan land use map. And it goes without saying that this will take a while to work, but we also would like you to invest in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, at least $3 million, because that's what's needed to make this land use plan come alive. They need some incentive. They'll need some funding for it. So we urge you to do that. And if you do that, you will get 100 units per year. And we need more funding and support for people facing eviction, foreclosure, and horrible living conditions like what I've described. These are unprecedented times, but it's the best time to be investing in people and the housing that they need the most. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Hosick, who will be followed by Crystal Passmore, then Josh Karp. John, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
John Hosick, Davis Avenue. I agree on the need for affordable housing in the city of Charlottesville.
However, the proposed plan is flawed. The 119-page document was posted to the city website 5 days before the meeting. Although this plan has been in development supposedly for years, it's clear that significant changes were occurring until recent days. While I know USPS mailing utility bill insert are similar to all residents, how many times is it necessary to say that by right is a developer-friendly term dismissive of current neighborhood stability, comprising people who have lived in place for decades with the expectation of little more than the right to live in peace in a stable environment? Neighborhood stability is a bedrock of good planning and appears in well-designed plans, but not this one. Let us be clear, medium intensity residential means up to 12 plus residential units per lot, reduced building setbacks, reduced requirements for off-street parking, up to 4-story, limited commercial activity, and by right. In choosing this differentiation, medium intensity versus general residential, in such a flawed, demonstrably back channel based manner, you broke the first word of your vision, equity. The public record shows that the Planning Commission was trying to change plot assignments until the time of its final approval and beyond, and cut short its process in the name of expediency. The map isn't even stable, so why the vote? We were told many times during the Planning Commission meetings that the Charlottesville plan needed to be run in coordination with the Albemarle plan. There was no meaningful evidence of any coordination in the relevant chapter of the plan. Consider utilities. The sewer line in my street was sized according to R1 density. This potential would be require upgrade for up to 12 per plot. This a repeat of the Meadow Creek Interceptor debacle, wherein the developer of Stonefields skipped a $20 million expense that was billed to the public instead of the developer. I strongly resist this proposed plan for all the reasons above.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Crystal Passmore, who will be followed by Josh Karp and then Peter Krebs. Crystal, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Crystal and I live on Forest Ridge Road. I'm part of Livable Seaville and we're asking that you pass the land use map tonight as is. It's not a perfect plan, but at every revision, every single revision, the density has been reduced. And I fear if we delay, we'll find reasons to decrease density even farther. We need more homes in this town, not less, because every year the city happily adds 1,000 jobs and about 100 homes. This is the reason for our growing affordable housing crisis. This is the reason for worsening traffic and increased gas consumption. If we allow more people to live in the city, we can benefit every single person who would like to live here but can't afford to. We can decrease single vehicle car use. We can create housing for working class people. I have 3 asks tonight. Please don't vote for less housing in order to maintain aesthetics. I've heard people talk about neighborhood character, fear of shadows, a dislike of blooming in a town that is built on hills. Number 2, please wait for the IZ study before asking for less density in the name of affordable housing. When coming up with a number tonight might lead to less of both. And number 3, if you change anything, please increase the heights back to 3.5 stories where they currently are, and when they were decreased to 2.5 stories, and no one's explained why. I really wish you were all looking for ways to house more people right now with the plan right now, not less. But short of that, I wish you all vote for the plan tonight as it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Josh Karp, who will be followed by Peter Krebs and then Miranda Elliott Rader. Josh, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, well, good evening, council. Good evening, Mayor Walker. Thanks for the time as usual. I've been seeing ads in the paper calling this plan rushed. As it turns out, it's been underway since January 2017, as you all know well. It was supposed to be finished by mid-2018. By state law, we're supposed to update our plan every 5 years, and now we're 3 years behind schedule. We've had meeting after meeting with the same people, commenting every time. They haven't had enough time to comment. When will it be enough? So we're 5 years into the process and 3 years behind schedule. What's happened in the meantime? Well, we've added more jobs. We have not added more homes for the people working in our community. So rents and home prices have skyrocketed. Every year of delay, more families have been priced out of the city. And every year of delay has set us back on our climate goals, pushing people to drive farther and farther out to their jobs in Charlottesville. This plan isn't perfect, but it's a step in the right direction in terms of housing affordability and climate. We don't have more time to waste. That's why 20 community organizations joined Livable Charlottesville in urging all of you to pass this plan. I've heard concerns from council earlier tonight about whether the plan makes the right choices about affordable housing. And what I would say to you about that is, if you're concerned about affordability, as I believe you are, as you should be, listen to the people who have called in from CLIC, from FAR, LIJC, from the Fifeville and 10th Page Neighbor Associations, and Surge, among many others, and pass the plan in front of you. If you don't trust them on affordable housing, I don't know who you're going to listen to. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peter Krebs, who will be followed by Miranda Elliott Rader and then Charlotte Meadows. Peter, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Peter Krebs from the Piedmont Environmental Council. As a community organizer, planner, and as a member of the steering committee, I've had the opportunity to spend many, many hours discussing, meeting, and hearing from people. I've shared their ideas and offered suggestions of my own, many of which are incorporated in the current draft. I think we as a community can be very proud of this plan. You've heard supportive comments from the public and from groups like CLIC and Livable Seaville that speak about how the plan advances affordability and climate action. So those significant benefits, I would add that the plan makes the city easier to get around, a healthier place to live, and it will help focus development and limit sprawl. No plan is perfect, but this one is very good, and I think it will be important for you to endorse the community's good work with the unanimous vote as the Planning Commission has done. I'm confident you'll do that, and I would like to leave you with 2 important things that we would like for you to do as well. First of all, you're about to consider the city's capital budget if you're not doing so already. Please keep in mind that the goals of the comp plan are unattainable without robust funding for infrastructure for walking, biking, parks, trees, and other natural systems. Secondly, we know that the future land use map will make more sense after the detailed work of rezoning, and there will need to be some tweaks at that time. I think it would be helpful and calm some nerves if you commit to amending the future land use map at such time as the zoning plan is complete and all the detailed parcel by parcel accounting has happened. That will also help make the future land use map and the zoning code perfectly aligned, which we need. We've traveled a long road together with this comp plan, and there's more to do, but I thank you for the work you put in so far, and I look forward to moving together.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Miranda Elliott Rader, who will be followed by Charlotte Meadows and then James Aller. Miranda, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Miranda Elliott Rader. I live on Shamrock Road. I'm a renter. I want to ask you to please pass the comprehensive plan. I work at Bodo's, and most of my coworkers live outside of Albemarle County. Most people who work at Bodo's, many of them commute 45 minutes to an hour to work there. I would really like to continue to be able to commute to work by bicycle, and I think this comprehensive plan might help that a little bit. And we really need to undo the historical racist zoning in this community, and that means building more density in historically white neighborhoods. And some of the people in those historically white neighborhoods are not going to like that, but we need to do it. So this comprehensive plan seems like it is a good start, and I encourage you to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charlotte Meadows, who will be followed by James Aller and then Noah Healy. Charlotte, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Couple of things I want to say right off the bat is that I am very much in favor of affordable housing, and I also comprehend very thoroughly that there need to be changes made, though I do not feel that they need to be made for the sake of changes or for the sake of increasing density just for the sake of increasing density. I am a local. I have been born and raised here, and I'm quite aware of all the issues that have preceded the actions to date. I do urge council to not make a vote tonight on the finalized land use map. There's not enough research. It is quite extreme. We don't know if it's going to work without enough research to actually support all the changes and what's going to happen if we rip the city apart and build everything and it just doesn't work and it fails. Councillor Lloyd Snook stated that good planning starts with zoning first and making the land map use in conjunction with plot zoning. And I think that that's a very wise way to look at it, and it doesn't seem that that's the technique that is being used. There is a high cost of infrastructure. Homes are being flooded, basements are flooded. If there is more land density around our area, we already have land in a land flood zone, and it will actually increase. Current structures are outmoded and inadequate. Increased density does not meet affordability, and that has been agreed upon by numerous people, and I won't have to repeat that. Modern workers are doing their work by Zoom and remote work for the most part. They're not commuting, so we are not necessarily using increased carbon footprints. However, with construction, that will increase carbon usage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our 30th speaker will be James Aller. We have 26 other hands raised right now. If you'd like to get in line, please click the raise hand icon. Following James will be Noah Healy and then Benjamin Heller. James, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. I also go by David, and that's what people know me as, but I signed up as James. My wife, Suzanne, and I have lived in our current home in downtown Charlottesville for 35 years. Our 3 children attended city schools and all graduated from Charlottesville High School. I appreciate all the hard work that has gone into the comprehensive plan and the future land use plan. We support the efforts on affordable housing. However, I feel the future land use plan in particular needs much more work and further review. We need to see the zoning proposals before this is voted on, and I urge you to defer your vote tonight. Our neighborhood is close to fully developed. It has now been designated on our street as medium intensity residential, as many other areas around the city have been done. Next to our house is a lot we own, which is vacant. It has been used for a vegetable garden for 70 years and for 30 years under our watch. This tomato garden is designated for medium intensity development. Under this plan, it could accommodate up to 12 housing units. I urge the city to drive by the high new multi-story building under construction across from the old Martha Jefferson Hospital to really visualize this. I'd be glad to give the city council a tour of my tomato garden to let them see how inappropriate this designation is. We also have to think about taxes. A lot of land will be reassessed as more intensively developable and have a higher value. Therefore, tax assessments will go up. This will drive some property owners out of the city who cannot afford that. As many have said, this land use plan is a developer's dream and the average citizen's nightmare. It appears to offer little for affordable housing. We need concrete zoning proposals before this plan is voted on. Please listen to those also who are unable to speak tonight, who signed the many petitions opposing the current land use plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noah Healy, who will be followed by Benjamin Heller and then Diane Dale. Noah, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Noah, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes. Hello, Noah Healy, lifetime city resident, also a product of the city schools.
My concern is really a question. The presentation has made much and used the language of operations research and decision analysis, but during the city pre-meeting for this, council was characterizing the decisions coming out of this as quite arbitrary. The plan documentation itself is inaccessible to me using my web browser on my operating system. And so I would simply like to see the game matrix or strategy tree that's being deployed to make these decisions in order to be able to actually form a reasonable conclusion. So nobody really has had a question so far, but that's what I'm here for, is just to ask that question.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Benjamin Heller, who'll be followed by Diane Dale and then Martha Donnelly. Benjamin, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. So at the work session this afternoon, I was heartened to hear about several important analyses that are planned now: market impact analysis, inclusionary zoning analysis, build-out analysis, finally a census of supported affordable housing units. And it's good these will get done, but it would have made more sense to have done them before creating a plan, especially before creating the map. Now, I take the point that the actual zoning ordinance will take these studies into account, and it may be that these studies will show that the maximum building entitlements don't make sense in many parts of the map, particularly in medium intensity, and that they'll show that as of right entitlements will have to be dialed back substantially to make room for affordability bonuses within the boundaries of existing or appropriate form. The problem is that those assurances are mere dicta. What is written is the map. And given how the Planning Commission and consultant ran the process, given the turnover in the city administration and in the council upcoming, people facing such an expansive outer envelope do not want to rely on dicta. They do not want to be in a position where developers may bring pressure for higher entitlements and be able to point to an officially council-endorsed map while we're digging up vague statements to the contrary from a work session transcript. They do not feel at ease relying on dicta when they see in control of the zoning process a consultant that's highly ideological. It's quite dismissive of even council member concerns about the map. If the council's getting poo-pooed, how confident should citizens feel that their concerns will be heard? Please don't vote on this map. Don't put this map through without putting stronger and tighter outer limits on entitlements. Don't pass it without putting in writing how these yet to be done important studies will have to validate assumptions behind the map before they become operative in zoning. Don't let a very permissive map go through on the assumption that zoning will take care of unintended consequences without writing in clear terms intentionality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Diane Dale, who will be followed by Martha Donnelly and then Matthew Gilligan. Diane, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. Much of the discussion has been focused on the land use map and the housing components. And this is rightfully so, as there's a clear need to address the issue of affordable housing in Charlottesville. However, I recently was made aware that the current consultant team was not charged with updating the other chapters of the plan that were done previously before the new plan was even developed. In other words, these chapters do not fully reflect the impacts and the service needs of the more intense level of development. Review of the document reveals that these other chapters are quite thin and have not been given equal rigor. I find this of particular concern for the chapter on the environment, given the global awareness of climate change, the increased patterns of heat, and the intensity of storms that have been experienced in Charlottesville over the recent years. But this is also true for infrastructure, transportation, and other community systems. I also note that the report merely promotes, quote unquote, environmental goals, as opposed to implement, create, and other intentional language found in the land use goals. Climate strategies lack definition. The chapter's more a catalog of plans and activities required or underway without addressing how they may be impacted by the change in land use, and it does not address the impacts on the urban ecology. I would hope that the city is prepared to dedicate the same level of attention, professional expertise, and detail to the environmental issues so they can be fully integrated in a comprehensive manner. The quality of the urban environment will have as much impact on the quality of life in the city. Some of the environmental issues mentioned by the speakers are actually not adequately addressed in the plan, and I hope they can be. Please note that a climate action plan to mitigate and adapt to impacts of climate change will not inform the environmental character and quality of the comprehensive plan and does not adequately address this concern either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Martha Donnelly, who will be followed by Matthew Gillikin and then Natalie Oshrin. Martha, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Following very closely on what Diane Dale said, I am a landscape architect and graduate of UVA's program years ago, and I'm speaking for all species that share Charlottesville and also can't find food and shelter here. Many species are or will be endangered, causing grave environmental fragility and further exacerbating climate change. Birds, bugs, bees, butterflies must be fed and housed by the reduction of lawns that should be incorporated into the plan. Lawns are our favorite food desert. They provide no food for wildlife and often add toxic chemicals to our water systems. This should be incorporated into Chapter 7, partnering with other measures to protect the Rivanna River and all green spaces. The FLUM plan should add a mechanism for the brainchild of Doug Tallamy, a knowledgeable entomologist and professor at the University of Delaware, who knows well the impact of the lack of food provided at the bottom of the food chain are bugs. His brainchild is something called the Homegrown National Park. It is a way to transform our lawns into healthy ecosystems that provide food, shelter, and cover. Our future will be more secure if we embrace the needs of all species. For more information about this, they have a website to learn. It is called homegrownnationalpark.org. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matthew Gillikin, who will be followed by Natalie Oshrin and then Bill Emery. Matthew, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
This is Matthew Gillikin. I'm speaking on behalf of Livable Seville. Livable Seville collaborated with the Charlottesville Low-Income Housing Coalition to write a letter in support of the comprehensive plan unanimously recommended to council by the Planning Commission. 20 local organizations representing a broad set of community interests signed on to our letter. They are CLIC, the Fifeville Neighborhood Association, the Charlottesville Public Housing Association of Residents, the 10th and Page Neighborhood Association, Cultivate Charlottesville, Congregate Charlottesville, Surge Charlottesville, Sojourners United Church of Christ, Trinity Episcopal Church, LEAP, Local Food Hub, Casa Alma, Indivisible Charlottesville, UVA Student Council, Park Street Church of Christ, Community Climate Collaborative, Charlottesville DSA, the International Rescue Committee in Charlottesville, Central Americans for Empowerment at UVA, and First Generation Low Income Student Partnership at UVA. We believe the proposed comprehensive plan is a tremendous step forward for Charlottesville. It is a product of more than 4 years of hard work by some of our community's most dedicated and knowledgeable advocates for affordable housing. It captures our desire to make our city accessible to all and to create more space for the people and neighborhoods historically disadvantaged by racial injustice. It encourages equitable development by allowing higher intensity general residential and medium density in historically exclusionary white neighborhoods while prioritizing affordable housing construction in historically Black, brown, and low income neighborhoods. A strong comprehensive plan and future land use map committed to deep affordability are essential first steps in exploring how for-profit and nonprofit developers can create more affordable housing in Charlottesville. The comprehensive plan and future land use map are one piece of a complicated housing ecosystem, and all of the tools at our disposal need to be employed. We are ready to move on to the zoning rewrite, a critically important and time-consuming task. Please vote in favor of the comprehensive plan draft currently in front of you. Changes or delays will only hinder Charlottesville's ability to address our most pressing issue.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Natalie Oshrin, who will be followed by Bill Emery and then Kaki Pearson. Natalie, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Great, thanks. I echo the commenters who have supported this plan. I am a homeowner in Woolen Mills and support density. I think presenting, back to the presentation earlier, I think presenting the medium density area with more enthusiasm is needed to help shift the Overton window instead of trying to couch it in a more delicate way. During the presentation, it was coming across as if the 12-unit spots might not be near you, TBD, don't worry, as if trying to make wealthy homeowners more comfortable with the idea. Let's get them uncomfortable. They have enough comfort to go around. Why even stop at 12 units or limit to certain neighborhoods? That will prevent the zoning confusion that seems to have some people nervous. Density for density's sake is also not that scary. It's great getting to walk places and spend my money on local businesses since it's all not going towards rent or mortgage, car payments, or gas. Many of the existing housing in our area are postage stamp houses with asbestos siding built in the 50s with original covenants that disallowed non-white homeownership. Take a photo. They're not worth preservation otherwise. To address the ludicrous story that lady made up at the beginning of the public comments, whining about not being able to drive 2 cars down the street, the goal is to not drive. Also, luxury units are only luxury prices when there aren't enough of them, so building more is better, allowing pricing to be lower. Don't accept the status quo. Reframe the baseline and reset the goal. Quote unquote, neighborhood stability doesn't exist in a world with impending climate doom. Also, calling Park Street or Locust Avenue fully developed when several of the lots seem to be as big as football fields is a gross mischaracterization. We need to pass this plan, increase density, take responsibility for sidewalks, eliminate parking minimums, and improve walkability, livability, and public transit. Please vote for the plan.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bill Emery, who will be followed by Kaki Pearson and then Gloria Beard. Bill, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. Councilors, I'd like you to hold off voting on the land use map until 4 preconditions are in place. 1, the city has a city manager. 2, the zoning categories have been defined. 3, the land use map has been amended with the benefit of the granular zoning category definitions. And 4, there's been a meaningful public process. The map is not ready to be voted on. It is embryonic. Councilors have not been adequately informed as to what the land use map designations mean. During the 2001 comp plan development, there were 3 mass community meetings and 119 neighborhood meetings facilitated by NDS staff. NDS reached out to renters, to businesses, and to homeowners. During this comp plan, we haven't had a single organized neighborhood meeting with city planning staff in the Woolen Mills. The 75 Woolen Mills families targeted for displacement as a result of the land use map medium intensity residential designation of their homes have not been contacted. From where I stand, I can see Timberlake Place, the best supported affordable housing in Charlottesville. Our neighborhood welcomes cooperatively planned excellent density. We were intensely involved with the planning for Timberlake Place. We are committed to positive change. We don't see positive change in the current land use map, the future land use map. The Woolen Mills is a highly diverse community in terms of race, socioeconomic levels, and housing stock. We have it all. Please don't mess us up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kaki Pearson, who will be followed by Gloria Beard and then Andrea Massey. Kaki, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much. It was just today at the work session with the council that I actually heard what was stated as a guess of what the growth needs might be for the city in Albemarle for the next 10 years. It's just a guess because the 2020 census is probably not accurate due to the pandemic. I think the population right now is about 50,000 and The growth is 1%, I believe is what they said a year. I'm totally for all the changes, but there needs to be a guarantee written and someone assigned to make sure it's followed, that this will help the number one important issue here, affordable housing. I fear that, again, the builders will pay to get the unit numbers changed or allow the original owner to sell and have the requirements for these affordable units fall with the new owner. And, you know, if it's really affordability, they would make at least the second unit of all developments be the affordable segment, not the fourth, if the fourth is even built. I mean, I don't understand how this can be for affordable when there's so many little segments that are obviously not for it. It's for density, money. Anyway, and then to make that unit or units affordable for life, no matter who owns the development as a whole. It's not fair to kick people out or a family out with a new buyer. And then I agree with Mr. Shaw, but this should be delayed until the zoning plan is passed. It's really the cart before the horse right now. I hope that this is passed in the correct way later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gloria Beard, who will be followed by Andrea Massey and then Kimber Hawkey. Gloria, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
I wanted to speak on the public matters and I couldn't get on. So if I'm not going to speak on this. It's going to be a public matter anymore.
At the end of the meeting, Ms. Beard, there'll be an opportunity.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get on. I couldn't get on for some reason tonight. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrea Massey. Andrea, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Hey, hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. I'm Andrea Massey, a city resident. Thank you to council, the planning commission, and the consultants for all of your hard work on this and for the years of work by affordable housing experts, both in study and lived experience. I'm encouraged by all of the thoughtful and thorough approach to zoning plans, including the market study and inclusionary zoning incentives. I have been doing work with CLIC, the Charlottesville Low Income Housing Coalition, for the past several years. CLIC's petition asking for signatures in support of the comp plan went live last week and has close to 650 signatures collected in person and online. I know you all know the level of expertise, dedication, time that has gone into this. I ask that you do not let yourself be swayed to the pressure of certain R1 residents who feel entitled to preserve the historical racial exclusionary zoning that is R1. And I know we're talking right now about the comp plan and the future land use map, but it'll go into zoning next. Please vote in favor of the comp plan draft that you have in front of you tonight. It's time to do something bold and equitable and fair for all residents of this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our 40th speaker will be Kimber Hawkey, who will be followed by Michael Lister and then Sarah Malpass. We have one person who's on via telephone, Carmelita Wood. I just wanted to let Carmelita know she is number 49 at the moment, in case it's hard to follow the meeting on the phone. So Kimber, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. We too care about justice and providing truly affordable housing, but the city has failed to do that work for 20 years. We've already sent our recommendations, especially about community land trust to y'all. Please commit to voting on and finalizing the FLUM in tandem with the rezoning to regain public trust. 80% AMI for 10 years is not affordable housing. However, asking for even higher rates of affordable housing at deeper rates is also not the status quo. We don't want the status quo. We want truly affordable housing. However, what we hear tonight is actually more of the status quo because a map guarantees nothing, including affordable housing. And it is the city's actions and the government aid programs that will guarantee that. But we have not seen that action for the past 20 years. What we have seen is developers giving false promises and consistently hoodwinking council. That's why we know that words that you've used tonight, such as intentions and anticipations, are code words for I'm not speaking the truth, because that's not enforceable. Excuse me. We have actually added, according to the city's own numbers, multiple units of new housing, and multifamily is a majority of that. We're in favor of that as well. The sewer lines in Belmont Center have backed up with sludge into the neighbors' houses. Why? Because of the inappropriate restaurants that were forced into that neighborhood. Expect more of that with this. We don't have the infrastructure for the growth that you're proposing. It's also interesting about a lot of faulty numbers here. Suddenly, RHI is including the county growth with the cities to give us a 15,000 number of new households. But we know that 1% of 50,000 is only 500 new households. So it's very strange how the numbers are being played around with. And there are many more examples of false statements tonight, and that's very upsetting. And that's why many people don't trust what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Lister, who'll be followed by Sarah Malpass and then Mark Cavett. Michael, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Good evening, councilors. It is unfortunate that this process and the proposed comprehensive plan has become so divisive, and how so much goodwill is being squandered by a plan with many good intentions, but is effectively a teardown strategy to build more rental units and concentrate wealth in the hands of fewer property owners. It is past time for city leadership to confront the figurative elephant in the room, which is the housing burden that the university student population has placed on the permanent population. I have lived my entire life in this community, and city staff has always enforced R1 zoning as a shield to maintain quality of life by protecting family neighborhoods from student sprawl. Suddenly, R1 is being positioned as nothing more than a racist hangover. Even the students who have spoken and written in favor of an affordable plan recognize the university's role and want it to be a part of the solution. Furthermore, the plan that you have been presented with is misleading in its interpretation of the data. There's virtually no projected growth in Charlottesville, according to RHI's own presentation. The growth is in Albemarle and in the student population. Why is Charlottesville bearing such a huge part of an apparent regional burden? Where is the discussion about selling the dozens and dozens of city-owned residential parcels for affordable housing? Where is the discussion about repurposing the most walkable parcel of all, the 10 acres that comprise the city yard? Instead of dismantling R1 zoning, you should be ensuring that its beneficial protective mechanisms remain to allow neighborhoods to maintain protection from transient student populations that care little about the long-term health of the community. There will be so many unintended consequences of a plan of this magnitude that you cannot undo, and which none of us can accurately foresee, except that you will create even fewer opportunities for permanent residents. There are admirable motivations behind this plan, but the proposed solution to go it alone by upzoning the entire city is the wrong approach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Malpass, who will be followed by Mark Cavett, and then John David Summers. Sarah, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you, councilors and planning commissioners, for your work on the comprehensive planning process. I'm speaking to ask you to vote unanimously tonight in favor of the comprehensive plan and the future land use map. I live in Fifeville. I'm a member of the Fifeville Neighborhood Association and am an urban planner. I'm delighted to say that our neighborhood association has coordinated with the Charlottesville Low Income Housing Coalition, and we have signed on to the Livable Seville letter supporting adoption of the comprehensive plan and the future land use map. I now wish to speak on my own behalf as someone who lives in one of the designated sensitive areas. As Angela Cholfi pointed out earlier, past zoning maps and other land use policies in Charlottesville were racist in both intent and effect, denying the Black community access to housing across the city through both intentional segregation and purposeful displacement. Malcolm X once said, "If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6, there's no progress. If you pull it out all the way, that's not progress. Progress is healing the wound that the blow made, and they haven't even pulled the knife out, much less healed the wound. They won't even admit the knife is there." Through the future land use planning process, Charlottesville has only just begun the process of admitting that the knife is there. Now we need to craft specific remedies that heal the wound the blow has made. This comprehensive plan and future land use map provide us with an opportunity to begin to craft specific land use and affordable housing remedies that right the racist wrongs of the past. Much more work will be required during the rezoning process to realize that opportunity, but tonight we have the opportunity to take a step in that direction. Fifeville wants to be a part of the solution for affordable and deeply affordable housing, but neighborhoods like ours can't be expected to resolve the issue alone. We need neighborhoods across the city to be part of the solution as well. The future land use map is a step in the right direction, and I urge you to vote unanimously tonight in favor of the comprehensive plan and the future land use map. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Cavett, who will be followed by John David Summers and then Kevin Hildebrand. Mark, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. I want to read something to you about that was on posted on Nextdoor group section about real estate by a realtor after traveling around the country and in Europe. It was titled, "What People Think of the Local Real Estate Market." Read as follows. Oddly, they feel the same way you do. Too much demand, too little supply, and everybody wants to live in one of the few areas in each town or city. The top complaint for every place I went was the cash investors bidding up local markets and making it more difficult for locals to buy or their kids to buy and stay close by. I saw this firsthand when I did the census. I could not believe the number of houses that were investment properties or Airbnb. There was not a block that I did not see this. I hope you all seen the charts that neighborhood development puts out on the status of projects that are pending, current status, or projects under construction. It indicates how many units will be built. From some of the questions I've heard tonight, I suspect that you have not, you're not aware of the construction boom taking place in the county. There's a lot of talk about affordable housing. The units that we may see built will still need a person to make $22.50 an hour to meet the federal guidelines of how much they should be spending on housing. Who is this housing really aimed at? The UVA cafeteria worker or the Realtree tech worker? Let's be honest about this. We should be focusing on community land trusts to reserve the land and see public funds to create true affordable housing mixed with market rate. Right now, we have a dysfunctional city government. This is a quote from someone on city council. We should not be moving forward on this at this time until we have a functional city government. Do not put the horse before the cart. We need to do zoning first, which is normally the way I understand most of this is done. Things should be phased in order to avoid speculation. New construction is expensive. Please remember that. Increased land rights leads to higher land assessment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John David Summers, who will be followed by Kevin Hildebrand and then John Fultz. John David Summers, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes. And you'll have to unmute. There you go.
I hope you will consider revising the flume so that land values in Charlottesville do not skyrocket. I know that you have operated under the assumption that density yields affordability. There's no evidence of this. But perhaps if you have in your youth played the game of Monopoly, you might understand how density affects affordability. I'm not joking. A parcel of land, if you remember the game, most of us played it, that has 4 houses or even a hotel becomes much more valuable than a parcel with 1 house. And the increment is very great. If a developer were able to obtain a parcel on Rugby Road and turn it into 12 units, can you imagine what the land value would be? If you look at statistics for land values in R1 as compared to R3 zoning, you will see a huge increase in R3. I fear that your goal of affordability is something you're working against rather than working toward. And surely you must realize that when you imagine 4-story apartments on Rugby Road or Rugby Avenue, you are imagining student housing. How can this not be obvious to you? Do you have any idea how lucrative student housing is? Having just returned from Maryland suburbs of Washington, I have seen firsthand what you envisage for Charlottesville in medium intensity areas. It isn't pretty, and it certainly isn't affordable. I know that the data which will be needed to actually evaluate what is possible and what is desirable in Charlottesville has not yet been collected. The CP and Flume are visions, not based in fact. I sincerely wish that house prices were not crazily high. I have grandchildren, and I don't know how they will afford housing. Affordable housing is a national macroeconomic problem. You city councilors have no more power to keep house prices low than to keep gasoline prices low. Houses in Blacksburg are selling for more than houses in Charlottesville. It's our national government through regulations protecting housing for people rather than letting investors, foreign and domestic, buy up our property who can keep the houses affordable. It's the national government. What you can do, what we all must do, is to directly address the housing problems of the most needy in our community. That's your job. That's our job.
Could you confirm your
Did anyone hear me? What?
Could you confirm your name so we can get it right in the minutes?
I'm Nancy Summers.
Great. Thank you, Nancy.
Oh, so I was heard. Clock.
Our next speaker is Kevin Hildebrand, who will be followed by John Faltz, and then Will Embry Moore. Kevin, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Hey, thank you very much. And quite frankly, I'm not sure exactly where I fall on this after listening to all the discussion. I was vehemently against the proposed flume and the corridor approach that the consultant proposed, particularly since the infrastructure from the city standpoint is not there to support mass transit along Cherry Avenue, nor is the terrain of Cherry Avenue very conducive to bicycle circulation across the city. And I don't think that the street widths and the lot configurations support up to 12-unit development. But I'm encouraged by listening to the fact that the flume is going to be tweaked and modified during the zoning rewrite process, and that those numbers will come down, which may make the situation more plausible. But I also wanted to say, I was born in Charlottesville. I was born on Cherry Avenue in 1959. And Charlottesville was not a walkable city in the 50s. It may have been in the 20s and 30s when my grandparents lived on Rose Hill and worked at the S&R Silk Mill, and then eventually moved to Belmont when his job switched to the Ix Silk Mill in the 50s. But my parents certainly didn't walk to work from Cherry Avenue. My dad worked on Main Street at the telephone company, and we shopped at the Safeway on Main Street and 9th Street, but that was, a half a mile from the house, and we weren't going to carry groceries from the grocery store to our house next to Johnson Village. I did have the luxury of going to Buford and Johnson and being able to walk, but when Charlottesville built Charlottesville High School across town, I had to be bused there. So I don't think the end result is I don't think density is going to solve the issue of creating a walkable city in Charlottesville unless you put jobs back into the city and move the grocery stores back into town.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Faltz, who will be followed by Will Embry Moore, and then Carmelita Wood. John, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm John Faltz. I live in the city. The proposed land use plan is a developer's dream, which hugely expands development potential by providing more by right development, but loosens city control and oversight. Of particular concern to me is the 10th and Page neighborhood, which so far has been protected by single-family zoning. As you know, almost 2/3 of 10th and Page properties have already been bought up by limited liability corporations, LLCs. I presume they welcome denser development. A single LLC owns 70 individual properties, as you can verify from the city assessor's website. 10th and Page has been designated a sensitive area. How is that actually defined? Has not been dispelled out. It may not be legal. You can bet that with so much money, whatever is proposed will be challenged in court. If a single family zoning is eliminated, I predict that in less than 10 years, 10th and Page will look like JPA, populated almost exclusively by students and young professionals who move in from the county. It has started already. Look at Monticello Dairy Development. They have more undeveloped properties. This really will be another Vinegar Hill all over again. A Black neighborhood virtually disposed for the sake of do-gooder urban planning for the very best reasons. Beware of unanticipated consequences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Will Embry Moore, who will be followed by Carmelita Wood and then Jake Mooney. Will, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Good evening, council. Thank you. My name is Will. I'm 22 years old. I live out in the county, and I've been following this process closely. What's by far been the most, I think, remarkable and disturbing part of this process is that after meeting of, throngs of young people and members across our community supporting more density and supporting this comprehensive approach to the housing crisis. But then after every one of those, we get another reduction of the density. 2.5 stories in the city of Charlottesville? Are you serious? I mean, this isn't like a Zion Crossroads comprehensive plan. We need a real, straightforward and functional attitude toward increasing the amount of units of housing we can support in our city enough so that we can actually turn the housing crisis around. I'm so glad that, our city is finally getting serious about the density needs we need. And just to set the record straight for a moment, there's a lot of misinformation about the effect of density on affordability, but the economics research is crystal clear, and anybody who is serious about making change in the economics of the housing market in Charlottesville understands that this is fundamentally a supply and demand problem. And we need more housing. We need more stories. And that's the only big change I think that the council should make. But more student housing density around UVA, actually take pressure off of the single family neighborhoods that are so pressed about this, and ultimately make it possible for more young people like me to actually be able to afford to live in Charlottesville. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is joining us via telephone, Carmelita Wood. Carmelita, you can press *6 to unmute, and you've got 2 minutes.
I think am I on?
You are. It's working.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Mayor Walker and councilors, thank you so much for listening. My name is Carmelita Wood. I'm current president of Fifield Neighborhood Association. Fifield Neighborhood Association signed onto the Livable Seville letter to support the plan. When we comments made when we discussed the plan were history of displacement in Charlottesville and how it was created, and reinforcing equities in our community, including lack of access to a good education for our children in neglected neighborhoods. Separation of communities by race, ethnic, and socioeconomic levels leads to generational changes. In 2017, when white supremacists terrorized Charlottesville, especially communities of color, many folks said, "That's not Charlottesville," but it is. That's our history. And it's sad that the connection between racial violence and injustice in Charlottesville, past and the current opportunity we have with the comprehensive plan to work toward readdressing that justice is getting lost in the opposition to potential changes to neighborhood character. The plan is a big step in addressing generational past, present, and future racial disparities and displacements in our city. It is important to have this plan in place, and in some ways it addresses so many problems that we have in the city, past and present and future facing us. We do not know what the future holds for the city. That is why you must move forward with the plan and land use map to make something happen, and not stand still waiting for something to happen. And in a few years from now, we will still be standing where we are today, and nothing has been solved. But neighborhoods like ours cannot be expected to solve the issues alone. Neighborhoods across the city need to be part of the solution as well. Can't say you support affordable housing as long as it means no changes in your immediate neighborhood. That's not genuine commitment to positive change. We thank you for listening, and we also would ask you to pass this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jake Mooney, and then I'm going to go to Tanisha Hudson next, who's been having some trouble staying on the call and staying in line in the right place. So Jake, you're up next, and then Tanisha Hudson.
Hi, thank you. I'm another person who's going to ask you to approve the FLUM unanimously, I hope, in its current form. I live in the Greenbrier neighborhood, and I want to start by assuring you that there are many of us here who would welcome better connectivity with the rest of the city, more amenities, and yes, more neighbors close by. What I hear in the comments from people who oppose this plan is fear. Fear of other people, fear that they'll lose their privileged position. The good news is you and we don't have to bow to those fears. The Planning Commission and city staff and the consultants did heroic work putting together a plan that they could agree upon unanimously. I'm asking you to honor that work and follow the recommendations of a broad array of community groups that Matt Gillikin named each of, and approve this as is. I'm asking you not to mess with this at this point. I know there's a temptation to tinker, but I think if you open the door to tinkering, the powerful people and the fearful people will find ways to make it worse. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So Mayor Walker, our 50th speaker will be Tanisha Hudson, who will be followed by Emily Yen and then Ange Khan. Tanisha, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. And just don't count this as my 2 minutes. I know it was a technical issue, Brian. That's why I reached out, because I was on and then I was kicked off for some reason. So I don't know what's going on. But thanks again for letting me speak. First and foremost, I just want to say I wish all these speakers showed up to stand out and to stand up against the racist systems and tactics that's been used against Black leaders. As much as we're talking about affordable housing here, that would have been great if we would have had 100 speakers to talk about how Mayor Walker, Richardson, Brackney, and others were treated here. But again, the people that we're listening to, like, this is privilege, this land use conversation. You're hearing people say, I don't want them to build here, and then people saying, I do want them to build here. But you all have to be intentional about what you want. And I'm saying that because Brian did a FOIA for me in 2018. I FOIA'd affordable housing here in this city for the past, I think I went back 20 years, was it, Brian? And Habitat did 74 units between 2006 and 2017. PHA did 16 loans between 2005 and 2016. 4 were actual homes, 9 were down payments for homes, and then 3 were foreclosures. You have to be direct on who you're talking about. Because if you look at the dairy project that a lot of people who were on council signed off on, some did, some didn't. They claimed they were going to go between 30 to 80% AMI. And now that it's opening up, the apartments are almost finished and they're about to let people move in. They're only allowing people with 80% AMI to move in. This is how you all have been bamboozled on council. You believe that they're really going to contribute to that 30% group of individuals, and they're gaming you, and they're not. They'll pay you because they have the money to pay that 1.5 or whatever the fee is for not doing what they say that they're going to do. It's not okay. And this is what I mean by we have to be stern about who we're allowing to live in these neighborhoods. Is it going to be people between 30 and 40% AMI? Or is it not going to be those individuals? Because that's who we've been leaving out for the past 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
We currently have 10 hands raised. Our next speaker is Emily Yen, who will be followed by Ange Khan and then Dave Norris. Emily, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you so much for your time. My name is Dr. Emily Yen. I'm a Charlottesville resident and I'm an urban sociologist. I'm in speaking in favor of the land use map. While I would have liked to have seen more provisions for affordable housing, especially with allowing the greater use of triplexes and quadplexes in more areas of the city, I see this map as a step in the right direction for increasing affordable housing and addressing climate change. I also see this as being substantially better than the status quo. And as more time goes by, more families will be displaced and there will be irreparable harm to our environment. I urge you to move forward with this plan tonight and adopt this plan. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ange Khan, who will be followed by Dave Norris and then Gary Eppard. Ange, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm urging City Council to pass the comprehensive plan as recommended by the Planning Commission. While we know it isn't a one-size-fits-all situation, the time now is to take this vital step. It's my hope that you consider the most vulnerable who will be most affected by your decision. Those who are opposed to the comprehensive plan do not have the best interest of Black and Brown communities who have been historically displaced by gentrification and land stolen from Black CVO residents via racist zoning laws in mind, but rather are more concerned with their comfort. At some point in time, I would love the City Council to address the more in-depth barriers to accessing housing, such as the removal of credit scores and background checks on a state and federal level. We can build affordable housing, but if we're not eliminating the barriers to access, what are we really doing? We should also be talking about land back versus land use, since land acquisition was obtained under false pretenses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Norris, who will be followed by Gary Eppard and then Christian Anderson. Dave, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Mayor Walker, city councilors, I appreciate your commitment to public service. I know it could feel like a thankless job at times, and speaking of thankless jobs, Brian, thank you for all you've done for our community and wish you well in your future endeavors. Back when I served on city council, I once had a high-ranking city official tell me that efforts to promote affordable housing in the city were misguided because the problem wasn't lack of affordable housing. The problem was that low-income residents didn't work hard enough to afford the housing that we did have available. And that by building more affordable housing, we would take away people's motivation to work harder. Poor people aren't poor because they're lazy. Poor people are poor in large part because we don't value their labor, and they're forced to make some very difficult life choices for lack of affordable housing in a place like Charlottesville, Virginia. I was reminded of that long ago conversation when I heard someone say recently that the push for more density in Charlottesville is misguided because we don't really have an affordable housing problem here. Instead, our workers just aren't earning enough to afford the housing that is available, which isn't quite as bad as saying that people simply need to work harder to lift themselves up by their bootstraps, but is still a way of passing the buck. The proposed comprehensive plan before you is not perfect and is not a silver bullet when it comes to making Charlottesville more affordable. As this whole planning process moves forward, I hope you'll consider some of the many good ideas I've heard tonight, honestly, from people on all sides of the FLUM for strengthening our commitment to genuine affordable housing. A sustained and robust commitment of funding for the city's affordable housing fund is one critical step. But if we stick with the status quo, we know what the status quo is doing to working class residents. We know what the status quo is doing to traditionally African-American neighborhoods. We know what the status quo is meant for Charlottesville. We can do better, but if we overly constrain opportunities for creative urban infill, we limit our ability to rise to the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gary Eppard, who will be followed by Christian Anderson and then Robin Hoffman. Gary, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes. And you'll have to unmute. Gary, it still looks like you're muted. All right, we might have lost Gary. We'll come back to him. Next up is Christian Anderson. Christian, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Awesome. Thank you all, Mayor Walker, councilors, for being here and hearing all of us this late at night. My name is Christian Anderson. I have lived in the city of Charlottesville since 2010. I bought a home in Woolen Mills in the area you are wanting to all of a sudden bring up to rezone to medium intensity residential. Again, I bought it in 2016. I bought the house. I did all the work myself to this home. I worked in food service the majority of my life in Charlottesville. I volunteered my time for almost a decade within the arts community. I then became a designer, was able to afford what I can do now to this house. It was me and me alone. I am afraid that, again, my taxes will increase with this, that if it is zoned in this way, not only myself, but others within my block who I call my friends, who are in their 30s, their 40s, their 50s, their 60s, their 70s, school teachers, students who all love living here, we will all be displaced. The roads, no, they're not large enough for what is wanted as high density. I walk my dog to the park every day since 2016, every day. We're constantly dodging each other. It is dangerous beyond measure, these roads. Okay, so I'm hoping that you'll want to widen them, maybe create more parking, but you are displacing us within this area. And I'm sorry that I'm considered racist, privileged, and somehow have tons of money for being a single family home owner who wants to keep this home within my legacy forever, has done all the work myself, got no help, and somehow, including my peers, somehow deem that racist, privileged, and whatnot. I understand historically this type of zoning has been racist. I understand that. Then make it not racist. Make it more available to those within the Black and Brown community. I am all for that, and I'm all for affordable housing. But all of a sudden jumping to medium residential intensity when no one even came to our neighborhood to have a conversation with us, when general rezoning was occurring, no one came. I saw no one come to my door and have a conversation. Thank you very much.
We're going to try Gary Eppert again. Gary, you're on with council. Can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Gary Eppert, and I was born and raised here in Charlottesville. And I have, for the last 3 years, took care of my 90-year-old mother, who just passed away down here on Chesapeake Street in August. During this 3 years that I have lived in this house with her, no one has contacted me concerning this plan. This just shows you again how the government, as usual, has no concern about their citizens or their actions when they do for the people that live here in this area. This will make the developers rich, for they have been trying to do this constantly. I can't tell you how many times I have gotten things in the mail down here where they want to buy our property. They're hoping that we get so poor that we are forced and to be drove out. And so what you will see is that we will eventually be taxed out, and eventually the developers will win. The privilege is not us. My dad worked all his life to get this little 4-room house down here, and he served in World War II, and he worked hard, and my dad was not privileged. The privilege is the developers that will make money over money over money on these projects. And when they're gone, and when they leave Charlottesville and move on, then the people here will still be paying big prices. Look at Northern Virginia. You're not going to, we need low-income housing, but this is the wrong way to go about this. If you want a novel idea of how to maybe do something, why not help give money to the people here that could then develop their own houses into bigger units? Thank you.
Thank you.
We currently have 5 hands raised. If you'd like to get in line, please click the raised hand icon. Next up is Robin Hoffman, who will be followed by Ashton Gilmore and then Vern Buchanan. Robin, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
I've lived in off of Huntington in the county. When I first came here, I had to get a survey for the house, and I found out all these incredible things. Well, anyway, I moved after 2013. I moved into Woolham Mills, and also didn't have a really good idea of what my land was all about, and the drainage system and the sewer system. Anyway, I just want to say, when you're building, the builders do whatever they want, and they pay fines. Just like Tanisha was saying, is that that's what you have to, I think, concentrate on. The idea is that you're giving carte blanche to these builders to do whatever they want in the end, because they can pay fines that are like $75. So look at that when we're starting to build. And then also the global warming thing. Okay, if you're going to take out whole mountains and put a bunch of concrete up there on pantops, all of Woolham Mills is getting flooded all the time. So, you know, and then if you're going to build or allow builders, give them restrictions. Tell them they have to put solar, that they have to do things that are forward in terms of what the weather is going to be. You know, if you're going to make single dwellings, then they have to have green roofs or something. You know, that type of, I think, expectation that you're just going to have multi-dwellings and people are just going to do things, they're not. And they're just going to make money. They're going to build something and they're going to leave, when they're going to take their money with them, because that's what I've seen in New York City. And you know what's happening in New York City and also in New Jersey, is that there's flooding in the subways. There's flooding everywhere. And that's because they're just building, you know, individual, just what Tanisha said, you know, just like building, getting away with all these things, regulations, and they're not being fined. And certainly it's not moving forward in terms of how people can survive this climate change. So I just want to say that, but everybody else's input was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ashton Gilmore, who will be followed by Vern Buchanan and then Jonathan Rice. Ashton, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. Am I audible?
We can hear you.
Am I okay? Okay, great, fantastic. So I've lived in Charlottesville for the past 4.5 years now. I was here for 4 years as an undergrad student, and for a period of time I lived in Bethesda, Maryland, and had to fight through all of the traffic that I've heard a lot of people complain about. I don't always look fondly back on the time that I did live up there, but one of the things I did really enjoy was that after I spent all the time sitting in traffic and going through all the sprawl, when I got home in the evening, I was able to walk to a grocery, a little local market, literally across the street from my apartment. I didn't have to worry about being in a car. I didn't have to worry about fighting with other people through traffic. And it was really, really wonderful. This grocery was located in the first floor of an apartment building. And I was able to get fresh produce, sandwiches, meals for the week. And it was a really nice development. And that's one thing that I think is severely lacking in the city under the current land use map and under the current comprehensive plan. So I think I would be in favor of the current future land use map right now, because as I understand it, those types of establishments will be allowed to be built moving into the future. My neighborhood has had 3 apartment buildings built in the past 1.5 to 2 years alone. And still the closest place that I can go and get groceries is at Wegmans, which requires me to get into a car rather than just being able to walk up the street. So I think as we start approving developments going further or moving into the future, that we should allow those types of developments to be used. Thanks a lot. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vern Buchanan, who will be followed by Jonathan Rice and then Julia Whiting. Vern, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'd first like to thank Michael Payne. Thank you for listening tonight. I watched the session, and you actually listened and thought about things instead of having a preconceived notion. I realize that you're probably going to vote with everybody else in a unanimous point of view. I don't agree with that point of view, but thank you for listening anyway. Affordable housing. I am absolutely in favor of affordable housing as well, but we don't have a magic bullet to take care of it. It's something we have to work on. I've been working with Impact, going to their meetings for probably the last 15 years, doing things to help lower income people. I'm not a high income person, but I'm not in that stratus. I have some questions. Where's this $10 million we're going to invest in these this affordable housing each year coming from? Taxes? Is this it's going to kick our taxes up? What is by right development? What does that really mean? I think that our intentions are very good for this plan. I think the outcome is not going to be very good. And I think we need to pay a whole lot more attention to the details of what's going on. I also want to take issue with this white privilege that you people seem to think that all white people have. I've worked with my hands all my life, and I don't treat people because of the color of their skin. I treat people like they are all human beings. And I really I feel insulted when people talk about this.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Rice, who will be followed by Julia Whiting. Jonathan, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Walker, esteemed councilors and city staff. Thank you for your time and hard work. I would like to speak on behalf of the Humble Sidewalk. I'm not opposed to density, increasing housing density, but we can't have livable density, and we can't meet our climate goals unless we have much better sidewalks. And it's very frustrating to me, and I know it's very frustrating to a lot of Charlottesville residents, that sidewalks have been ignored year after year, and it doesn't matter who's on city council, these things aren't being built. Our sidewalks are a disgrace. Most are too narrow for 2 adults to walk comfortably side by side. They're so narrow that the many utility poles inexplicably planted in them oblige any adult to step out into the street to go around them. Makes it very difficult to push a stroller or a wheelchair. In addition to being absurdly narrow, they're also woefully incomplete. My neighborhood, which is Little High neighborhood, is, I think, the most walkable of all Charlottesville's neighborhoods, but even our sidewalks are terrible. And there are huge gaps where we have absolutely no sidewalks at all. We are obliged to walk in the street with traffic. And the reason why my neighborhood remains walkable at this point is only because everyone who lives here is accustomed to walking the street to get around. And walking in the street is in turn only possible because there hasn't been, until recent years, a lot of traffic that would make this practice especially risky. And police have yet to crack down on us for jaywalking, thank goodness. So I grew up in a very high density part of Washington, D.C., and I can attest that the single biggest factor that made it livable was the sidewalks. They make it safe for families with small children. They make it possible for residents to age in place, and they are essential to reducing our carbon emissions. Please build the sidewalks so we can have density. We can meet our climate goals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our 60th speaker will be Julia Whiting, followed by Jamel Bowie. Julia, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. The future land use map should not be passed tonight. The medium intensity residential designation is an insane increase that will result in 12-unit student housing, easily up to 48 students randomly stuck into residential neighborhoods, often on very small lots. Second, during the process over the last year, the definition of affordability, when it was discussed at all, was defined as 80% AMI. This definition does very little to increase housing options for households stressed by housing prices. The 2016 Charlottesville Comprehensive Housing Analysis advised increasing housing inventory for households making less than 50% AMI. Did the $1 million Charlottesville Plans Together team look at any of the multiple previous analyses put together by and for our city? Finally, the most housing stressed demographic here is the disability community, which even with full Social Security can have income as low as 10% AMI. If the city really means to include housing for the truly poor, it would have pretended to solicit input from this diverse community. The fact that there has been no attention to this demographic means the city's high-priced consultants and City Hall itself have no interest in the topic because there's less money to be made. To summarize, the process that has gotten us to this future land use map has been a circus, and the city is in unprecedented disarray. The map gives the farm away to developers, and the city will have no input with the entitlements granted by the map. Many questions have not been answered by the city or its consultants. Now is not the time to hand the city over to housing profiteers.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jamel Bowie, who will be followed by Jameer Smith. Jamel, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Walker, and for all the work you've done. Thank you to the Planning Commission for all the work they've done. Thank you to everyone who has been a constructive part of this process, who has really gotten to the nitty-gritty about housing costs and affordability in the city, and worked very hard to produce a future land use map that begins to make progress on those issues. And it's to that end that I urge City Council to pass this future land use map. I do not think it is a perfect document. There are areas that I think there should be real improvement. There should be more density, for example. But this is I think a very good beginning of a process that I hope and I believe will end with more housing for Charlottesville residents, with steps taken to begin to rectify past discrimination and inequalities, and to rectify those that are ongoing. I want to that comment, add that I have been living in Charlottesville. I moved back here about 4.5 years ago. I was an undergrad at the University of Virginia. And while I was dating my wife, I spent a lot of time in the city just because this is where she's from. And I find it disturbing that, if not for the fact that I have happened to be quite fortunate in my employment, that my wife, who grew up here, would not be able to work here, not be able to teach in the schools here. And I know that across city schools, there are many teachers who would like to be able to live by their students and by the people, by the kids they work with, who are not able to. And I want to remind the city that what will make Charlottesville its best self is if the people who teach our students, who help keep this city what it is, if they are able to live here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jameer Smith, who will be followed by a Miss Simpson. Jameer, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
And good evening. Thank you for giving me this time to speak on this late but wonderful evening. I just want to keep it brief and basically follow up with a lot of the speakers that came before me and say that I do agree with and would recommend that council does approve this comprehensive plan. I would say that with the future land use map, I would agree that I would love to see more density, particularly in high residential areas around the university, incentivizing the creation of 8-story apartments and trying to centralize and create more student housing areas that'll then hopefully keep from multiple different families just being displaced from throughout the city. Also, I'd like to make the comment, as someone who recently graduated myself, I would like to be seen more as less of a transient body, as more of this like a person who is looking at Charlottesville as a place to live long term. I love the city. I've lived in the area for so many years, and to assume that people are only moving, that we are only focusing on the people who aren't going to live in Charlottesville for 3 to 4 years and then leave, and not looking at them as a possible growth to our city and as a possible increase to our labor force is just completely foolish. And I would also like to say that as we get towards like zoning rewrites, that I would want to see the further reduction in parking for multiple new housings so that we can promote more walkability, more bikeability. And that I'd also like to see more biking infrastructure, like protected lanes, to actually make people who want to bike and want to not use a car actually feel safe by doing so. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is registered as Miss Simpson. I noticed the email address looks a little different, so if you could confirm your full name, that'd be great. And after you will be Greg Self. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Miss Simpson. Thank you for taking my call. I feel like I'm on the losing side, but I'm going to go on record anyway. So at the beginning of all this, we were told from the beginning that the objective of upzoning was to create affordability. We all know that this plan does not provide affordability. We also know that density alone does not create affordability. Members of the community have offered other options that would not disrupt our neighborhoods, i.e. a land trust, a voucher program, etc. I am a single mother of color. I lived in the city since 2012. It took me 8 years to save up enough money to purchase my home. I live on Rugby Avenue. I did not choose Rugby Avenue. Rugby Avenue chose me. You see, I lost out on a contract to a home in Rose Hill to a white family. You should know that this upzoning plan will benefit many white people as the market has allowed them to purchase homes in historically Black neighborhoods or sensitive areas, while others like myself, who are people of color, will be subjected to 12-unit apartment buildings. It isn't fair. You've devised a plan that, in my view, seems punitive. And I've heard many on this line call people like myself wealthy. I'm not wealthy. In fact, there are a lot of modest homes on Rugby Avenue. If you must insist on creating density for density's sake, please do so by eliminating medium intensity altogether. Going from 1 to 4 units is a lot of density in itself. I'm asking City Council to vote against this plan as written or amend it to eliminate medium intensity. There's one other thing I want to add. There is a lot of traffic on Rugby Road when it turns from Preston to Rugby Road and Rugby Avenue. I don't know where all these cars are going to go with medium intensity. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we have one hand left. If you'd like to get in line, click the raise hand icon, but we're going next to Greg Self. Greg, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Hello, Mayor Walker. Hello, council. Thank you all so much for all the time and effort and work that's been put into this by all parties. My name's Greg. I'm a renter on Alta Vista Avenue. And I am calling, like so many others, to urge you to pass this land use map without delay. This is not just a housing issue, it's a racial justice issue, it's an income inequality issue, it's an environmental issue. And we've spent 4 years on this issue already and on this land use program. We don't need more delays, we don't need more amendments, we do not have the time. The world spins and it gets warmer. Please pass it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrew Shelton, who will be followed by James Groves. Andrew, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. It's late. I'll be very brief. Please pass this. I think it is incredibly important for so many reasons that people have already stated very eloquently. I can't imagine anything that would actually satisfy the folks that feel like more delay is what is required here. So, oh well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is James Groves, who will be followed by Pat Johnson. James, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. Yeah, I anticipate this will all be passed this evening, and in the end, I think that's quite fine. I certainly support the goals of racial equity and affordable housing quite strongly. But I guess I just wanted to go on record late tonight and say I'm a skeptic about the specific plan that's here. I can't see into the future any better than anyone else, but when I look at how poorly some elements of this overall plan have been put together and thought out, the parts that I think I know pretty darn well, it makes me really wonder how the other parts, things to do with the medium intensity residential, the sensitive area designations, whether they're going to work. I mean, the area I know about, a number of you have heard me speak on, is climate. And I find it just so, I don't know, deceptive or something to have 5 guiding principles here about environmental stewardship and sustainability. And then to have 6 priority areas, one of which is to work to mitigate and prepare for the impacts of climate change. And this comprehensive plan, just as others have said, the environmental chapter is filled with just placeholders. It does nothing to consider what's going to happen as you increase impervious surface, how are you going to handle storm water management. Everybody seems to be happy with going to 6 to 12 units, but you're going to have to tear down homes to do that. There's embedded carbon. There is a climate impact of tear downs. And oh, by the way, the city has declined to make a commitment to not expanding its gas service. I mean, you're going to add all these homes, and the city at present has said, still keep going. If you want a free gas line, you can have it. There's no greenhouse gas data out of the city since 2016. There's no climate action plan since 2019. So when I look at that sort of inaction, I just wonder how I can't have faith and believe that affordable units that expire in free market capitalism are wonderfully going to bring us racial equity and affordable housing. So tonight I'm a skeptic.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pat Johnson, who will be followed by Chris Shopper. Pat, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Am I unmuted?
You are
Can
good.
you hear me? Okay. It's late. And maybe not speaking or thinking the bad point, but I just go on record. I would say that in general, I'm not comfortable with council passing this tonight. It seems like there have been just so many questions raised, things not answered. We're kind of putting the, as they say, the cart before the horse in some ways. And I don't think it would hurt to have some of the studies done and some of the other questions answered before this is finalized. Yes, I do support affordable housing. Let me say, I'm sorry, I didn't say this at the beginning. I'm Patricia Johnson. I've just bought on Davis Avenue. There is a MACA site right at the top of our street that is being proposed to, that's going to include affordable housing. And I'm not opposed to that. My biggest concern, though, is on this plan is the criteria for how these medium intensity designations came across in so many of the parts of the city, and including my street, Davis Avenue. I haven't seen the transparency. Even Heather Hill and oh goodness, the other one of the other Michael Payne today in the work session were really questioning what were the criteria for determining which neighborhoods got this medium intensity designation. It seems kind of random. I don't know about the transparency. I've just bought on the street this summer, but I was born and raised and lived on this house, in the house across the street as a kid. I just, I'm not wanting just keep the status quo. I just want to have some questions answered, and it just seems like there's too many things up in the air right now. And I really feel like this medium density zoning is going to allow for just too many rental units, and you're asking neighborhoods, residential neighborhoods, to become places for the students, the UVA students. I'm a graduate of UVA, but I don't think that we have to support UVA's housing problems. There's got to be better ways to do this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carl Shopper, who will be followed by Don Gathers. Chris, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you to council and everyone that's worked on this for the past few years. I no longer live in Charlottesville, lived there for 7 years, which unfortunately was not enough time for a new comprehensive plan, but I'm hoping that we can pass the comprehensive plan and then the FLUM. I ideally would like to see some changes to increase density. In particular, the general residential category would like to see that at 3.5 stories. I currently live in DC, where I live in a 3.5 story row house, which was considerably more affordable than some of the other options that we were finding in the city when me and my roommates were looking for housing, and think that would be totally compatible with neighborhood character. So just to close, pro-FLUM, pro-comprehensive plan. Hope you guys are able to get it done.
Thank you.
Next up is Don Gathers. Don, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. I won't belabor the point or repeat everything that you've already heard from everyone. I will say that it would be absolutely ludicrous to wait on this any longer than we already have. You all know what's necessary. You know what's proper. You know what's right. The choices here, in so many ways, are just as simple as black and white. So I urge you to vote this and to do so in what's beneficial and proper for the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Don Gathers was speaker number 69. I do not see any other hands raised, except one. Joy Johnson, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. Tonight, I'm urging you all to support this the comprehensive plan. Sorry. We've really been working very, very hard on this since 2017 until now. What I do want to say to everyone who is supporting this, if council votes for this, is that the real work is in the implementation. That's where the real work is going to be. So I urge the city to pass this, but I also urge all of the supporters on this call tonight to keep your eyes on it, because the implementation is where the real work is going to happen. Thank you and have a blessed night.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Sales. John, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor. Joy Johnson just spoke just in front of me, and she said exactly what I was going to say. What you all are doing tonight is important. It needs to be passed. But the work that happens after this is more important. How this program gets implemented, it's vital to determine if affordable units will get built. We have an affordable housing ordinance that produces units that are not affordable. That is the complete opposite of an affordable housing ordinance. The dairy market property has affordable units, quote unquote, but that are not affordable. We look at the fair market rents in the area to determine affordability. Those units are not affordable. A 2-bedroom at $1,500, who is that affordable to? A 1-bedroom at $1,300, who is that affordable to? I fear that those units will be filled with students from UVA instead of the individuals that are displaced in that community, the 10th and Page neighborhood, which we are working now to ensure that we not only keep our affordable units, but build upon that and maybe double or triple the amount of units there. Because we know if CRHA does not do the work, the families that are between 0 and 30% AMI just get pushed further and further out. So we, CRHA, are stepping up to fix the issues in the city. But it will make it easier if you all approve this plan and also make sure that the procedures are in place to ensure that the units that are built are actually affordable. We are committed to assisting in any way possible. We can verify the units, we can verify the rents, we can verify the condition of the units. We can track affordability for the city. We're willing to do all these things. We just need to be asked to come to the table to assist. Thank you all, and you have.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Courtney Hayward. Courtney, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes.
Hey there. So I am a City of Charlottesville resident. I live in the Laughlin Hill neighborhood. And just to kind of speak to some of the things that have been brought up tonight that I think are important are the flooding issues, the infrastructure, to just the city that is just not capable of what is being proposed. And I did not plan to speak tonight, so this is totally just from hearing just person after person saying a lot of things that were, you know, they were smart and they made sense. And it's things that I see in the neighborhood that I live in. And I think, that being said, I felt it was important to call in and say, I think that you should not decide on this tonight, because I think there's too many things that are being brought up that are just question marks for everyone. So thank you for all you do for the city. Have a good night.
Thank you. All right. No other hands?
I'm not going to say anything.
All right.
Oh, we do have one, Mayor Walker.
Yeah.
Now we have one new hand. Robert Freer, you're on with council. You've got 2 minutes. Robert, can you hear us? You'll have to unmute.
Yes, this is his wife Kathy Freer. Thank you.
Great, go ahead.
Based on the last, wanted to just be in support of Ms. Johnson and the other speakers about the need for control if this is if Plum is passed tonight or whenever it is. The concern that if someone lives in an affordable apartment initially, that they're allowed to stay there and have continuity for themselves and their families. I remember hearing the city attorney talk at one of the planning meetings, and she said restrictions on developers are very hard to oversee, that state and city law doesn't promote easy controls with that. And I think that's a concern that a lot of people have, that the developers will, whether they pay us a fine, even if it's a large fine, you're still not getting where we need to be. And Monticello, the dairy, has been brought up as a point in fact. So with the city staff being so, with the city being so understaffed, whenever this takes as it moves forward, there needs to be staff members in place to really have this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, Ange Khan raised her hand. She spoke earlier.
Yeah, I see that. So no new hands. Okay, close the public hearing. And open it up for questions or comments from councilors. Any questions or comments? No?
Mayor Walker, I guess my question is, it's now 10:44. Are we proposing to debate the issue and vote tonight? I would rather that we not do so for a couple of reasons. The first reason is simply that it's as I said beforehand, that I thought that it was a mistake to think that we would vote tonight. There are many parts of the report of the comp plan that we did not see until relatively late last month. I haven't had a chance to ponder in great detail. There are some things that I think definitely need to be added to the comp plan. For example, I think we ought to have a portion added to the comp plan that discusses the realities of our population growth, because as it is, as one commenter noted, what is there right now doesn't show the fact that we're probably up over 50,000 at this point, with likely increasing growth according to the Weldon Cooper folks. There are some other things there that I would like to see added. Now, frankly, they don't change the overall the major thrust of what we're trying to do. Here's there are basically two pieces to what everybody's been talking about tonight. The first, of course, is the addition of housing choice that would come from changing R1 to essentially R3. I mean, allowing up to 3 units. And that would encourage triplexes, it would encourage duplexes, it would encourage other uses that would constitute the missing middle, without getting into the broader issue of the medium intensity residential. The second issue, which what most people were talking about tonight on one side of the issue or another, is medium intensity residential. And there we have a basic problem. The problem is that I'm not sure we know what it is, and I'm not sure we know whether any of the lots or how many of the lots that we're proposing or the plan proposes to put under the medium intensity residential could actually have apartments put on them. I have suggested before that, and I'm not going to claim that this is an original idea with me. Frankly, it came from Jenny Keller, former member of the Planning Commission. Jenny's suggestion was, go ahead, designate, say in advance, we're going to have medium intensity residential, but we're not prepared tonight to say where that's going to be. And to leave that mustardy color off of the map, knowing that we will put it on eventually. And here's the problem, or the reality is that if we do that, we will not slow down by a day, by an hour, the time at which there will be a medium intensity residential lot zoned that way. Because the reality is we're still going to have to go through, nothing that we do in the future land use map at this point causes anything else to happen. Nothing we do is going to immediately say, okay, now I'm going to go build an apartment building. It doesn't, that's not going to happen until after the zoning rewrite takes place, probably a year or more down the road. So there's nothing we gain by moving on this right now. If we designate that, if we stay in advance, we're going to have medium intensity residential. We just haven't figured out exactly where it's going to go. Then I think that we are being more honest with ourselves, more honest with our constituents. And frankly, given the number of people who are deeply concerned for whatever reason, that they're going to end up with an apartment building next to them. Right now, there are about 1,800 lots, 1,800 parcels that are zoned either some form of R1 or some form of R2 that would be converted into the so-called medium intensity residential. My guess is, looking at a fair number of those lots, and I've walked around a lot on these streets, we would probably decide out of those 1,800, maybe about 900, we're not going to build on. We're not going to call those apartments or put apartments there. The result is that we have basically inflicted anxiety on twice as many people as we need to. For what? Again, we will not end up building any units any faster if we delay designating where we're going to put the medium intensity residential. So I don't know whether that suggestion has any suggestion. Other than that, I'm pretty much good to go with the rest of the plan. There are a few things that'll get tweaked in the zoning ordinance. For example, the 2.5 stories versus 3 stories versus 3.5 stories. That's really a zoning implementation issue anyway. That's really not a comprehensive plan issue. There's some other specific things like that that are going to get addressed in the zoning ordinance, and we don't have to agonize over them right now. We do have to make the decision about whether we want to go ahead and have the future land use map plan have designated the roughly, it's about 2,800 lots that would go in or 2,600 lots that would go in as the medium intensity residential. If you consider everything, if you consider all of the lots citywide, it's about 1,800 that are presently zoned residential, 2,600 citywide. I just think we ought to leave that aside for right now.
I get a little concerned about leaving that aside right now, just because in general, from talking to some planning people, it sounds like generally things get less, or the likelihood that when it comes down to the zoning, it's going to become more restricted, not less restricted. I get concerned that if we take it out, that we will put less in down the road than we would have otherwise. I also think it's a good idea to have it as a guiding idea of the areas that we're talking about, so that people can see and have the time to kind of sit with that this might be happening. I think if we removed it down the road, if the zoning gets changed when somebody's next door to somebody's property, they're gonna get even more upset. So that's just where I'm at on that suggestion.
Another way to look at it is looking at all the general residential and medium intensity as it's right now, and just saying that any of it is up to becoming possibly medium intensity after it's been looked at on a parcel by parcel basis. Because I think the same thing holds true, that if there's likely going to be some areas that are determined through this process that weren't suggested. And the biggest pushback I've had is to this point, and I've asked it many times, I'm just not really clear on what has been the kind of litmus test for how something's been determined. There's been a few things that have come around, but I continue to point at neighborhoods that have, dead end cul-de-sacs and otherwise, that I just don't understand why we're selecting these neighborhoods, and some of the property values of those neighborhoods will be ripe for redevelopment because they are in our more moderately priced neighborhoods. And so I share, the concern that I'm not confident in the way that these have been chosen. I've had housing advocates agree with me, but there's just such passion for just pushing forward what we have here. I just think that if we just allow it to be open, recognizing that anything that's in this general residential has the potential to become medium intensity after we go, the more thorough zoning evaluation happens, is a possibility. Because otherwise, anything right now that's not the mustard color, if it becomes the mustard color, we're going to be having this issue of people being like, that's not what was in the future land use map that we approved. And the opposite is true too, that, I understand that there's a possibility that taking it away for some of those others does cause that risk. But I'm just not convinced that there has been as thoughtful of a process as we need, looking at this on a street by street basis for the placement of this medium intensity. And I want to feel more confident in that placement.
So I think that, based on your comment just now and Councilor Snook's comments, it's important to consider who you all are considering at this moment. Like, if people have anxiety, or more people have anxiety than need to have anxiety at this moment, when there's no immediate threat to them, are they the individuals who need to be concerned, that we need to be concerned about at this moment, because there's nothing that can happen. I think hearing the comments over the past few months about what this will do, if my street, your street, Lloyd, your street is zoned medium intensity, higher intensity, at this moment, unless you sell your property, someone buys it, nothing can be built there at this moment.
That's right.
So allowing staff to, I think what the city, at least people who are hoping that the intentionality behind this is authentic and will produce different results than some of those comments that we've heard over the past 20 years. Because the people who should be most afraid about this plan are not afraid about this plan, because what is currently in place is what is displacing us and them. And so they're hoping that there's something that's put in place, the intention behind it is authentic, so that what is currently the landscape of the city changes. So what some of the citizens have been complaining about, that there could be no affordable housing created as a result of this plan, which means that you would probably more likely than not flood the city with people who can pay market rate rents. And at this moment, those individuals are not typically Black people, brown people, or low income people. And so that is where the fear and anxiety rest in. And it's also leaving to the next council to make sure that the land use map and the staff that's hired moving forward, and the staff that's present here, will be allowed to do their work, not be influenced by developers and even some of our nonprofits the way they've been done in the past, to make sure that these policies that we are putting in place, that the governance behind them actually benefits those people intended. So that is the real work. And that is where my anxiety comes in hoping that you all, hopefully the two new counselors who are coming on are watching this, that you all will monitor this to make sure that those things happen. Because there will, just the nature of government, the way things work, a lot of decisions can be made that don't align with what we are saying are the intentions of this plan. But I think Vice Mayor McGill made a very good point. The comments that we've heard over the past few months, there have been people who are hoping medium intensity, higher intensity doesn't exist. And those are the changes that to date have been made based on those comments. And rolling back further, because I have compromised, even in my comments here in the past, that will hopefully, everyone has given a little, even if they didn't want to. And the fact that staff is saying, we've been saying that this is a living document, there's a zoning rewrite that will happen, and that hopefully this could be modified at that point, and that more in-depth look, street by street look will occur at that time. It would seem like you would start with more, and if there becomes properties that need to be scaled back, that you would do it from that angle, when a lot of people have been saying, just because of the uncertainty and fear, and I understand that uncertainty and fear because we've lived with it our entire lives in this community. So I hear what they're saying, but it's less likely to happen in those neighborhoods than it has in ours.
If there were, in fact, anything that would slow down the process of evaluating a property for a medium intensity residential by even one day, it would be a very different matter. But it is not, because in fact, we're still going to have this exact same discussion over, but at least with the zoning ordinance, but at least then we'll be having it with the zoning ordinance in hand. At least then we'll be having it with the details lot by lot of whether this is even a buildable property. So I say, I don't think, and I should say that I have probably spent more time in arguments with people who are opposed to the plan, arguing that the plan is a good plan, arguing that we need to be moving in this direction, arguing that the experience of places like Portland and Minneapolis and so on are encouraging, and they're not discouraging, and we're going in the right direction. That's the argument that I've been making. And the people who are opposing, the roughly 30 or so people who spoke tonight, 25 people maybe who spoke tonight, should not feel by my making these comments that I'm on their side. I'm not. I'm really very much in favor of of the what this plan is trying to get to. But I also don't see any reason to inflict a lot of anxiety on people who, for no good reason. I would add there's another problem. If in fact the designation on the land use map is not legally binding, it's not like a zoning map. On the other hand, a designation on a land use map has some effect, and the effect that it has is that you're supposed to try to conform your zoning to the land use map. And if you then try to take something out of a land use map category, that becomes a problem. Or if you're trying to say, we're going to deny a rezoning in a particular case, but the land use map designation for that parcel would suggest that that's the appropriate zoning, we've got a problem. And so I think we're better off if we are not creating in new parcels, not designating new parcels as a different zone, leave them as they are. And then when we get around to making the change, because we've now got the zoning ordinance, we've now got the data, we've now got the information specific about the lot, we know what we're talking about. Anyway, I've said my piece. I'll leave it at that.
We certainly had a lot of questions and dialogue earlier. I think that the three main concerns for me continue to be making sure that we're doing enough to protect the general residential sensitive community areas, that striking that balance of trying to encourage affordability throughout every facet of this community and through the general residential, and understanding that there's constraints to doing that. And then obviously what I've shared about the medium intensity residential, but for me, there's concerns at each of these levels for different reasons. And right now, all of this is going to have to kind of play out through the zoning rewrite. And I just feel that in terms of the medium intensity residential, that to try to designate specific streets at this time is premature. And I'd rather just have us look at it blanket overall, that all non-sensitive general residential and medium intensity residential as reflected here would be under consideration for the medium intensity residential as we look at it on a lot by lot basis.
Any other counselor comments?
Or I guess, as we're all aware, I'm just thinking today about, I remember one of the first meetings in 2017 at the conference space in Kathy's Shopping Center. And, we've been at this for coming on 6 years at this point. I guess the question about the medium intensity residential seems to me almost like a process question in terms of how we're going to go into the zoning rewrite, which is where we're going to get the market data and analysis and begin to make the decisions from that. And I guess when I'm thinking about, the two different processes for how we can enter that are, one, take out all the medium intensity residential, and then during that process, there may be some areas where it's added in. The reverse, we keep the medium intensity residential as it is in the land use map, and then we move into that zoning rewrite process. We're chiseling it down basically from that starting point. At least that's how I'm conceptualizing what the choice is. And, I guess my thought is that, I think it would seem to me we're more likely to retain medium intensity residential in some capacity if we're keeping it in there and through the zoning rewrite process, chiseling it down. I think as a practical matter, I do see it as less likely that things get added in once they're taken out. And that is, as was stated, earlier, that's not even meaning that everywhere where there's medium intensity residential is going to equate to the maximum by right height and density under that definition. It's not how it's going to play out through that process. But in any case, I think, when it comes to that question, it seems like the approach forward that makes more sense to me is the one of keeping it in. And as we get into the zoning rewrite process and we're seeing that market analysis on a street and parcel by parcel level, figuring out what choices make sense. And I guess the final thought I would have is, just like as a practical example, the concern that I have about medium intensity residential, which I think will be addressed in the zoning rewrite process, and this isn't a reason to not do it or why it's not important, but like, I think, the areas we've defined as sensitive areas we know are not completely comprehensive in terms of streets and neighborhoods facing gentrification and displacement pressures. And I think of medium intensity designation in areas around Cherry Avenue near the UVA hospital where there's an intense amount of development pressure. And my fear is that if it's not, if it ends up in a process where the inclusionary zoning is either very weak or the maximum build outs allowed by right. And in a neighborhood like that, where you have a lot of low income, working class, moderate income renters and homeowners, that you're going to bring in a ton of speculative investment, which will convert those older homes into apartments that are going to rent for $1,600, $1,700, $1,800 a month. And I don't think that's the goal that we want from this. So that's the biggest concern I have. And the question is, what can we do throughout the zoning rewrite process to help ensure that the implementation is actually working correctly to meet our goal of affordable housing? And so I am curious, throughout that process, what exactly the market analysis is going to look like, the input we can give as inclusionary zoning is being developed in terms of the number of affordable units and percent AMI, and just what that looks like given the market analysis. Because I think, as was acknowledged in the amendment from the Planning Commission, we know we're going to be probably adding in more areas to the sensitive area designation and taking a closer look at that. And I don't want us to end up in the situation where we're accelerating displacement and gentrification in some specific areas. But again, I do think that the zoning rewrite process will acknowledge that. And I think there are mechanisms throughout that to ensure that council is having input, as well as the fact that we're going to be working on that for over a year. And it sounded like at the end of it, voting both not only on the zoning, but the land use map again itself, as it's evolved from doing the zoning rewrite process, where we're actually getting into all the granular data and the nitty gritty details. Yeah, I guess those are my thoughts at the moment.
No, it is about process, and obviously, like the Planning Commission, when they got to the conclusion they did, it's kind of a recognition that this land use map is going to change, and that's why I've just struggled to understand, like, what are we approving when we approve this land map if we were to approve it as is? Because to me, it still sets the vision that we have, and I broadly agree with this vision in many facets, but I don't agree with this one component and the vision of that, because I just don't feel like it's had the thoughtfulness that it's needed to be placed on this document for us to be approving it in a more formal way. And I struggle, because I understand that it's going to be revisited, but we aren't allowed to approve a draft map and say that it's a draft. We're approving a map that's then setting the pace for how the zoning process is going to follow. And I just continue to not have confidence in the process that was taken to designate some of these areas. And I don't want to limit also the areas that it could possibly be that aren't identified. And I think that we're in that same boat if we are being this prescriptive at this point. But that's
Are there any other comments or questions?
I guess
Oh, go ahead.
A question for the consultant team. This is something you addressed a little bit, but just again, when you talked about during the zoning rewrite process, doing a market analysis of what proposed changes are, sort of what specifically does that kind of look like? What things are going to be factored into that analysis that will help inform our decision making?
So what we're talking about with that types of market analyses that'll happen in the zoning rewrite process. We're looking at what sort of numbers of units can be supported and at what AMI level. And per the comprehensive plan document, we've directed that process will look to support the greatest level of affordability. For the for the lowest, to support the areas with the most need. So it'll include sort of for example, in the inclusionary zoning aspect, it'll be looking at saying, what percentage might need to be required based on what the market would support, what percentage of units would need to be affordable, and then at what level they need to be affordable in terms of AMI. We're also looking at some, hopefully some analyses that say, here's what we would expect to see in terms of changes based on market conditions, even for the sort of other areas in the city, some of the general residential areas, for example. There's some analyses that have been done recently. You may have seen, for example, from Portland, that was completed recently, where they looked at sort of, here's the changes that we're seeing now, based on what the current land values are and what the zoning allows. So there are several different components to what we'll be looking at, but does that answer your question?
Jenny, could I elaborate on that a little bit? Do I get video? Hey. Just to expand on that a little bit, it's the market analysis is also going to look at what's the pace and scale of change over the city over time. Are we talking about a turnover rate of some really high percentage? No, not likely at all. It's likely to be as low percentage turnover rate, but it'll look at that question, and it's going to look at that question of what, in different parts of the city, does the different densities lead to tear downs, or do they lead to infill development? Do they lead to renovation, redevelopment, et cetera? That's what the analysis is intended to do, is really look at this question of, based on market conditions, as they exist now, how does this zoning play out in terms of actual development activity, the financials, the pro formas of development activity.
Then I assume, in this year-plus long process of the zoning rewrite, that it's going to be an iterative process throughout it, where we're looking at that analysis and able to make adjustments and changes. If we see, for example, in this one area, we're likely to see a lot of tear downs of older homes that are naturally more affordable, and that perhaps even with inclusionary zoning, it may be a net loss of affordable housing within that one neighborhood. Is that correct at all, or is that an incorrect assumption?
I think I would say that's correct. That's certainly why we're completing the analyses as part of that, so that we can use them. So yeah, I would expect that we would use them. James, would you like to add on that?
Sorry, yeah, my computer just knocked me out of the meeting briefly. Though I expect what we will do in conversations with HRA, which is the lead consultant on this aspect of the work, is that we would do models in the first phase of the work that then would inform what we actually write into the zoning going forward. So that iterative process will actually hopefully occur in the first phase of the project and not have to wait and go through the entire process. Not be something that we have to continue to do towards the end, that we'll have done that iterative analysis and then can bring back to the Planning Commission, the City Council, the results of that modeling to get kind of the go-ahead early on to move forward with the drafting.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
One comment on something that's not something we've been talking about, but it was acknowledged acknowledged early on in all of this, and I want to make this point simply to be responsive to some of the criticisms. This was not intended as this comp plan as a whole was not intended to be a laundry list of the next 10 things we're going to do or the next 30 things we're going to do. And so I at one point I was sitting there thinking, gee, I wish it would give me a list of the next 30 things we need to do. Boom, 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 boom. That's not what it's intended to be. We're going to have a lot more planning that we're going to have to do. This is not the end of the planning, but just sort of the beginning, frankly, of the planning.
Any other comments? No. Is there a motion?
I think my motion would lose.
Move that we move this to the consent agenda?
So it's a one reading unless you all want it to be. So it's a vote for this evening.
Tell you what, I mean, if I, before the motion is actually made, do I gather from, I mean, I'm counting noses, Heather and I think, would be in favor of not designating the medium intensity residential, but I take it the other three of you are in favor of doing so. Am I right?
Correct.
And Tina's nodding her head yes, and Mayor Walker, I gather from your comments that you're there also.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to be clear because I will, although I still think it's the wrong way to go in this one respect, I'm still going to vote for the comp plan because overall I agree with the goals of the comp plan. Overall, it's a good plan and we should get going on it. So I just want to be clear about the reasons for what is going to be my vote in this respect.
Is there a motion?
I mean, I made the motion to move this to the consent agenda.
So you want to move it to the next meeting instead of voting tonight?
I just wanted to make sure absolutely everything is put in place that the public can look at 100%, that there's not been any changes that are not written down and accessible for people to see.
We haven't changed anything.
Lloyd, the document you sent in, did that have a response?
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
You mentioned that you sent in like a whole bunch of like tabs and stuff and Post-its on something.
Yeah, I had given to James Freeze my going through the whole comp plan with sticky notes and so on, and many of them are just typos, and some of them were frankly expressions of concern that there was not enough discussion on the environmental piece, there was not enough discussion on the economic piece, that kind of thing. But recognizing the way it was characterized to us earlier this evening as this isn't trying to be the definitive list of all of the next 10, 20, 30 things we're going to be trying to do, I'm willing to go with it the way it is. And the only real issue, substantive issue that I think we've got is the one that we've been talking about, and I don't have 3 votes for, so.
I move to adopt the comp plan.
The other motion is still on the floor.
I remove my motion. Do that.
You can withdraw your motion.
I withdraw my motion, my first motion. I now make the motion to adopt the comp plan.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Thomas? Are there any further questions or comments from council?
No, I mean, the only way this is possible to really move forward on is understanding that there is a lot of work to be done, and for all intents and purposes, this land use map is draft, and these are living documents, and that's, I think, how Planning Commission kind of got through to where they were through. I'm really hesitant. I mean, I don't want to be the lone one out here. This is really important. I support this plan largely, but I have a lot of concerns, and namely those that I've named about the medium intensity residential, but I have to have confidence that the process is going to be followed with staff and the consultant team with the future council's guidance is going to address those concerns. I think that there's some really gravely misplaced things in terms of the medium intensity residential. And I also just have a philosophical concern about asking people who are currently living in R1 zoning to be accepting that their property could be at a R12 or an adjacent property could be at that. And so those are concerns that I raise, but I don't want my concerns and the fact I do have confidence that this process will work itself out to inhibit me from being with the majority on this.
And my final comment is again, I think it's important that this is really just in many ways a first step. The zoning process is going to be over a year long. And, as was stated, we're going to be looking at the market analysis and making changes to avoid unintended consequences that could lead to less affordability. I know a lot of people don't trust that process, but I do think that it can work and result in a map that is not inadvertently leading to less affordable housing. And I, consider the fact that, after this process that we're going to be voting on the zoning and the land use map is an assurance that, this is not the final word by any means. And the final thing I would just say is when it comes to our affordable housing goals, zoning is one tool. It's important, but it is just one tool. And we are not going, this plan is not going to produce affordable housing at 0 to 30% AMI. It's not going to produce housing for 0 to 60% AMI without also matching our affordable housing plan commitments. And we don't yet have a plan for how we're going to afford $10 million a year. But we have to fulfill that goal. And so would encourage the community to definitely get involved in the process of ensuring that that plan is implemented, which includes community land trusts, land banks, affordable housing ownership, and many more things.
Any other comments? Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Payne,
Yes.
Councillor Snook,
Yes.
Thank you. 5-0. Thank you, staff and Jenny and your team for your work. And now you all are just moving on to next phase, which I know you've probably already started, but it's a lot more work to do. And we appreciate the commitment.
Forward to doing it. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have the ordinance amending and reordaining Charlottesville City Code, Chapter 14, Section 14-24, tax incentive for technology businesses to extend the eligibility period for 5 years to December 31st, 2026. First of two readings.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. This is Chris Engel, Director of Economic Development. I'll be presenting this item to you. As you mentioned, the technology zone we've had in place for a number of years. It was actually implemented in 2001 for the first time. So this is one in a series of reauthorizations that is required by the state code every 5 years. The technology zone exists to help encourage the growth of technology type businesses that create job opportunities and economic impact in our geographically constrained city. So it was seen as an opportunity to help encourage the type of companies that don't care. Over the 20 years that it has been in place, there have been around 1,500 companies that have taken advantage of the discount, and it essentially confers a reduced business professional and occupancy license tax. There's two thresholds built into the ordinance, one that reduces that amount completely and one that reduces it by 50%. Let's see, I think those were the quick highlights, but we would recommend that this be continued. There are a number of companies that are currently in the period of eligibility where they can take advantage of it. Currently, that's a 7-year window. And to extend it would allow folks that are currently in the program to fulfill that full 7-year window of benefit. And it would also allow new startups to take advantage of it as well. Our office markets the program and encourages people to apply, but the back end administration is actually conducted through the Commissioner of Revenue's office, and they fulfill the paperwork, collect the paperwork, approve the applications, and then reduce the BPOL tax to those individuals that are qualifying. So wanted to mention that. I believe Commissioner Divers has stayed on the line tonight and is available if there's any questions on that end. I'm happy to try and answer any other questions you have. This is an ordinance. It is a first reading tonight. And I'd be happy to take your questions at this time.
All right, counselors, any questions or comments?
I actually had a quick question. So I know businesses, it's a 7-year, but can that be stacked with the initial 100, to become 14 years?
No, it's 7 years maximum.
Any other questions?
I know it's in the packet, but what again is the impact annually in terms of revenue in the general fund?
Yeah, it's on average, it's a reduction to that line item. So the BPOL line item of about $120,000 a year.
On average, yeah, it varies. Sorry, Chris, stepping on your toes.
No, that's okay. Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, I mean, it varies. I think in the last year it was maybe 140,000, but it ebbs and flows.
Yeah. And then there were two criteria. Was it revenue of under and over $100,000, or is that the wrong?
It's gross receipts. If the business grosses $100,000 or less, then they get their BPOL wiped for the year, which is, I mean, they would owe $50. If they gross over $100,000 a year, that's the point that the rate kicks in, and they would, they pay on the rate, and at that point they get a 50% reduction.
And do we know at all sort of how much of the impact in the general fund is coming from businesses over 100,000 and sort of what their net receipts are? And likewise, are only, and I'll admit to not being very knowledgeable about the program, are only new businesses eligible, or could a business who hasn't taken advantage of it apply at any time?
They can apply at any time. Honestly, we advise them to hold off on it. Businesses, when they first come in, they're not making much money. And so, as I said, that first couple of years, if you're grossing less than $100,000, your business license is $50. If you're long-term, if you see yourself, making some money down the road, you may not want to apply for it until you start making some money. We could run the numbers. I mean, I could look up and see how much kind of average gets given to higher grossing businesses versus lower grossing businesses, but bear that caveat in mind that we recommend that they wait. It's in their best interest to wait a few years.
Yeah. Well, and I guess I'll just put my cards on the table, having read it, the first thing that popped into my mind is just the school reconfiguration, the fact that we know we're really going to have a lot of pressures on our budget. And I know this is relatively, compared to some other things, small bore, but we need to be looking everywhere. And I don't know enough in all the data, but I do have a question of, if it's a program that's in large part benefiting businesses who may not need it to survive and thrive here, whether we'd be better off having that support school reconfiguration and other pressures in our general fund.
I'll let Mr. Engel take that one.
I would suggest that we would, there are certainly businesses that take advantage of it later in life, but there are others that depend on it or benefit from it greatly in the early stages. So it's one of these things where you could reap back a little bit of income for that B-poll tax. I think the greater benefit is having these companies generating additional economic activity and income for their employees that then recycles in the community. The multiplier effect for a technology type business is a little higher, 4 to 5 jobs for every one job in a tech type industry. 4 to 5 additional jobs are created in the community is a typical kind of multiplier that we see. So it's not simply the business, although this helps the business in a small way. It sends a signal to the business community that the companies are appreciated here and are desired here. It is one of the very few, if not one of the only kind of on the shelf programs that we have that does that. So I would just mention those things. We do have a couple of, and we did this the last time this came up. We sought some feedback from the businesses, and we have some quotes from them that could be helpful if you want to better understand what it means to a 2 or 3 year old company or a 4 or 5 year old company, those type of things.
Any other questions or comments? So I had some of the same, I think, heading down the same path as Councilor Payne, benefits and the, and just looking at things holistically. All right, so this is a no vote for tonight, if there are no other comments or questions, and sensing there's agreement to move it to the consent agenda for December, first meeting in December. Okay. All right. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a resolution for approving the request to waive the critical slope requirement of the City Code Section 34-1120B for the redevelopment project identified as Lyman Street Residencies. And it's one reading.
Thank you, members of council. I'm Brian Haluska with Neighborhood Development Services. I'm the planner for this project. You previously approved a special use permit and rezoning to enable this project to move forward. The critical slope waiver is kind of one of the final steps that they have to go through. The critical slope ordinance protects any slopes in excess of 25% that are within 200 feet of a stream. In this case, this region of slopes is part of a system of slopes that stretches all the way towards a stream that's actually behind the Belmont Loft. So this is not, this section of slopes is actually fairly far from that section from the stream in question here, but it does qualify. Planning Commission heard this at their, on the consent agenda at their previous meeting and passed it on the consent agenda. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councilors, any questions or comments? No? All right. Is there a motion?
I move the adoption of the resolution included in our agenda materials granting us critical slope waiver within P 20-00008 based on a finding that due to unusual physical conditions or the existing development of the property, compliance with the city's critical slopes regulations would permit or unreasonably restrict the use or development of the property per section 34-1120B6D II.
I'll second the motion.
All right, any further questions or comments? No, Ms. Tom, oh, did you have, is there a comment? No, okay, Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
No.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
Okay, that carries 4-1. Thank you all for staying with us this late evening, and have a good evening, night. All right, next up, we have the amending the Charlottesville Albemarle Convention and Visitors Bureau Agreement. It's the first of 2 readings. And so it's a no vote for tonight and be moved to the December, the first meeting in December consent agenda.
Yes, I'll be presenting this item as well tonight. As you all are aware, the city and county jointly fund through an operational agreement, the Charlottesville Albemarle Convention and Visitors Bureau. And as such, create the board composition for that entity. Over the last couple of years since the last board change, which was in 2018, there has been concern from the hospitality industry in particular that there was not adequate representation on the board for the hospitality operators themselves. So that's been looked at and talked about. There was a task force that was put together by the current board to kind of look into this, led by 2 members of the current board that ultimately recommended some changes to the composition of the board. And that's what you see before you tonight. The document that's included shows in highlight, in yellow highlights, the changes that would be reflected in the operating agreement if this were to pass. So the current board of the CACVB, which has no authority to change the operating agreement, that falls to the city council and the board of supervisors. But nonetheless, they voted at its most recent meeting to suggest to the city and to the county that the amendment be made. So essentially what the amendment does is add additional representatives from the hospitality industry and reduces the number of city staff, county staff, and or elected officials that are participating or would be composing the board at that time. Happy to answer your questions. It's laid out for you in the attachment.
All right, thank you. Counselors, are there any questions or comments?
I guess I just don't know much about this board, to be frank. At high level, I know, but haven't attended their meetings. What is, again, just walk through what is the goal here?
The goal of the CACVB or of the change?
Of the change.
Yeah. Okay.
I just don't follow the process of how and why they propose this or much about it up to this point.
Yeah, sure. Understood. Councilor Hill and Mayor Walker are on this board as representatives. They can certainly chime in as well. My position is on the board as well as the city manager's position. These were changes that happened in 2018. Prior to that, the board was much more made up of accommodations owners, restaurant owners, a better mix, I guess you should say. The current makeup has significant representation from the city and county. And the industry has consistently suggested that should be adjusted. And so this change seeks to adjust that and reduces 2 city representatives, 1 elected official and the city manager, and replaces them with industry reps. And it reduces 2 county representatives and replaces them with county industry reps.
And I'll chime in that I think it's worth looking at between now and the next vote, the reasons those Councilor Galvin and Signer were the representatives that on the board doing those changes. But while those changes were made, there is a new ED, which was one of the issues at that time. It's late, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here about tonight. I can wait until the next meeting for that. But the CVB is attempting to, I think, the industry representation and the branding, rebranding both of CACVB and Charlottesville is a big component, big part of their goal. I think the overall, like the economic development strategy that we talked about earlier, that will come into play here in the future of how successful, this board is. There's also, there's not a lot of diversity on this board. There were some issues with me being on the board because people didn't think that I was helping to rebrand Charlottesville. And I have questions about how that is going to happen. And before this change, which was just a few years ago, I don't know if the reasons that they've changed it have necessarily been resolved. But I do agree that industry representation is essential. I just don't necessarily know if this process is necessarily as authentic as it's being labeled. And I don't know who you all are going to be. It's just one of those very intentional things, again, that you all are going to have to be to make sure that the board is diverse, what they're advocating for is diverse. If there's more money funneled into the board, that the goals that are set out are meeting, those strategies. And I'm not so sure that all of that is happening. So, and I'm sure Councilor Hill, who was one of the who came up with some of these current amendments, has some comments.
Well, certainly as a participant on this board, it just kind of seemed clear to me that there wasn't always, I'm a person who doesn't have this type of experience. And so to see that there was 8 of us, basically the majority of the board were coming from government positions instead of having relevant industry experience. And so we just, a couple of us broke out and looked at how other, similar organizations are operating, how their boards are filled. We talked to many people in the industry. We tried to bring together a diverse group of voices from the industry to kind of get feedback on that and reported that back to the board, looked at different structures, but ultimately just making sure that the decision-making, is being balanced and is representative of the industry. And for me, there was just examples of where I felt like there was some imbalance and just like a real meaningful dialogue among board members. And so this was something that was proposed, and all board members were given the opportunity to kind of weigh in with, their feedback on how that composition should be. We also certainly had a focus on making sure that as council and the Board of Supervisors appoints people, that we recognize that there is more diversity that's needed on this board to reflect the community of this region. And so I think those are all, goals of these next steps. And those are things that obviously after this operating agreement, if it's approved, council and the Board of Supervisors will have a weigh in on the composition from those that are appointed in that fashion. So again, I think that the board certainly, as Chris said, is recommending this change. It means that, like in our case, like the city manager and the county executive have acknowledged that they are comfortable with no longer holding seats on this board. And I'm saying, as one of the two people on this right now, that I don't know that we need two people from each of our jurisdictions representative. When I think about the other boards and commissions that we serve, there's very, very few, unless there's these regional, like the RTP, I guess, and MPO have two of us. But I think I have full confidence that, one representative from the council and the board of supervisors can keep, their peers appraised as necessary. I also welcome council if they have any questions about the CACDB and want to have any time with our executive director. That I know that's she'd be more than willing to take the opportunity to update counselors on that work. In addition, I'm sure that Mayor Walker and I also can sit in and provide that context as people who sit on this board. I know that when we don't sit on every board, we sometimes can lose track of where things are at and what progress is being made. But I'm certainly happy to dig into that more and also provide you with the materials that kind of led up to this decision if you're interested. I think I did that at one point several months ago as we were progressing through this during the summer, but I'm happy to resend those again.
Okay, so are there any other questions or comments? Okay, so there's a no vote for this tonight and moving to the consent agenda for the first meeting in December.
Sounds good to me.
All right, thank you. Have a good evening. Next up, we have Community Attention Youth Internship Program, KEP Summer 2021 update.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. We're still with you all. We're here to introduce support for the Community Attention Youth Internship Program. I've been a part of the creation of the program in 2007. It started as a pilot and has sustained over these years. We're extremely proud of it. It blends best practice, utilizing mentorship and connection to community resources, teaches kids soft and hard skills, and they're able to earn some money, which is a bonus, and learn some financial literacy when they're having some practical money to use it with. So I'm going to introduce Annie Sechrist, who's the program coordinator for KEP, and she's going to give you more details about how they creatively pivoted during COVID to continue to offer such an amazing program.
Thank you, Misty. Thank you, Mayor Walker and councilors. Oh, there we go. Awesome. Thank you so much. We can go ahead and move to the next slide. In late April of 2021, it was determined that the health and safety risk of providing an in-person internship program was too high for the summer session. So we opted to keep the program virtual as we had run it since summer of 2020. KEP staff began to actively recruit for the summer program via our social media platforms. We use Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. We also use the Civic Plus platform through the city of Charlottesville to inform the public about changes and dates, allow the youth to complete and submit online applications, and to advertise the upcoming session. Additionally, we reached out to our longstanding community partners such as the Boys and Girls Club, Computers for Kids, Abundant Life, Candid, MRC, and Charlottesville City Schools, and many others to share information about the program. 87 youth applied to KEP by the deadline. Staff scheduled interviews with the eligible youth via Zoom. Some applicants were not provided opportunities based on funding limitations or because they did not meet the minimum age requirements at the time of service. Due to limited staffing because of COVID-19 and programmatic limitations with the virtual model, the program did operate at a reduced capacity from previous years. Priority was given to first-time program participants. 53 youth were accepted into the program with a 94% completed success rate. We had 21 community partners join us this summer. Each week, a community member joined our large group meetings to present to youth on topics such as identity, creating an inclusive workplace, conflict resolution, banking and budgeting, communication, interviewing skills, and networking. Youth completed final projects that involved interviewing current practitioners in a career field of interest. Our community partners from a wide variety of career fields volunteered their time to be interviewed by the youth. career paths such as environmental science, information technology, digital marketing, education, animal care, medicine, child and family therapy, small business, armed forces, and more were represented. The interviews were recorded and uploaded in the Google Classroom for this cohort and for future cohorts to be able to watch. On to the next slide. The virtual academy is broken up into 5 themed weeks. Interns begin with orientation, which took place July 6, 2021. The orientation activities focused on team building, program policy and expectations, and familiarizing the youth with the Google Classroom platform itself. The youth were also introduced to their CAEP counselor during this time. Starting July 7th, the youth had the first of 5 large group meetings. Held on Zoom, these meetings incorporated subject content that the youth were learning in the Google Classroom. Special topic guest speakers met with the youth and completed presentations. This summer, presenters included Cassandra Riggin from the UVA Community Credit Union, who facilitated a role-playing game to teach budgeting skills. Daniel Fairley, the Department of Human Services Youth Opportunity Coordinator, who facilitated a session on diversity and cultural awareness. And a group from the UVA Youth Action Lab, who led by Dr. Kimberly Contrell Dickerson, who facilitated a training on interviewing skills and social engagement. The youth completed additional learning modules on their own in the Google Classroom, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. They met with their CAEP counselors on Fridays in individual and small groups. The CAEP counselors meetings are where the youth have an opportunity to learn more about content, ask questions, discuss expectations, and their goals. CAEP counselors are also arrange the informational career interviews that the youth completed for final projects, as well as supervise and uploaded the interview content into the Google Classroom. CAEP graduation took place on August 6, 2021. The celebration provided an opportunity to reflect and appreciate the success of teens and the program. Presenters included Misty Graves, the Interim Director of Human Services, Tamarius Washington, a Charlottesville High School graduate and creator of the Tamarius Talks Finance podcast, Logan Means, a Monticello High School graduate and a Master's of Counseling Education student from Longwood University. Youth received a commemorative t-shirt and a CAEP certificate of completion after the ceremony. We move on to the next slide. Interns receive a weekly performance evaluation that correlates to their stipend amount. This year, a decision was made to increase the stipend, and interns were eligible to earn up to $120 a week per the 5-week session, not to exceed $600 for the session's entirety. Evaluations were based on 2 criteria: assignment completion and meeting attendance. Deductions most frequently took place due to youth not attending meetings or not turning in materials. Youth shared that they used their CAEP stipends for their savings, as well as purchasing items such as clothing, school supplies, and other needs. The interns were expected to complete their coursework in the Google Classroom and attend 2 weekly virtual meetings. They met weekly with their assigned CAEP counselor, who served as their job coach and mentor for the youth. At the end of the program, each youth should have completed a resume, cover letter, and an individualized career planning guide. In terms of banking community attention, it collaborated with the UVA Community Credit Union in order to reduce barriers for youth opening a savings account. Additionally, youth who were interested in opening the account were able to connect and complete paperwork virtually through this partnership, which reduced barriers to opening an account during COVID-19. And can we move on to slide 4? Thank you. And some of the self-reported demographic information for summer 2021 is gender-wise, we had 53% of the program participants were female, 40% were male, and 7% were non-binary. 51% of interns reported receiving free or reduced lunch. 35 of the youth were funded by City Council fundings for the scholarships. 12 youth were internal scholarships, and 6 youth were outside funding sources. And again, of the 53 interns that were accepted into the program, 94% of those completed successfully. Next slide. In terms of race, 34% of the participants were Black, 28 were white, 15% were Asian, 8% reported being multiracial, 4% reported being biracial, and 2% preferred not to report. Ethnicity-wise, 8% of the participants identified as Hispanic or Latino. We are seeing kind of a trend. Typically, we have a lot of 14 and 15-year-olds. This year, we had more 16 and 17-year-olds than we've had in previous summers. But 100% of the interns reported enjoying their program experience. Can we move to the next slide? At the end of each week, we ask the youth to complete a weekly evaluation form. We also complete a post-test and exit survey at the end, which helps us to be able to continue to revise and improve our program. The following data was shared by interns their final week of this session via their exit interview and post-test. 95% of participants would recommend KF to another youth. 94% of the youth tested scored at B or higher on the workplace readiness post-test, and 68% of the youth surveyed reported having a bank account with 9 accounts open during KF. And 100% of the interns said that they found the guest speakers informative and engaging. Next slide, please. And these are some of the quotes that the kids shared with us at the end, which is, I think the amount of information you conveyed in 5 weeks was astounding. The program exceeded my expectations because I didn't expect to learn so much and be so benefited by what I learned about workplace skills as I did. And then two of my favorites are just have a blessed life, and you all are wonderful, amazing people. And are there any other KF programs in the future? And if so, when? Next slide. Looking forward, community attention was to be able to continue to offer internship person. There have been some noted benefits with the virtual model, such as removing the transportation barriers, which we attribute to more youth showing up to interviews. And so we're also going to explore if there's aspects to the virtual model that we'd like to retain once we resume in-person internships. We are very, very grateful to Charlottesville City Council for your continued support of the program, as well as Charlottesville City Schools, UVA Community Credit Union, and UVA Youth Action Lab. And thank you so much. And if there's any questions about the report.
Thank you. Council, any questions or comments?
No, I'm just really glad that you were able to still persevere despite all the limitations with, having to go to a virtual model. And I just know how important this program has been for area youth over the course of some time. And so thank you all for continuing that effort. And hopefully we'll find ourselves in a circumstance where we can bring some kids together next summer.
Thank you. Any other?
Opportunity. I'm glad we're doing it.
Actually, I did have one other question. There was a suggestion, you mentioned that some desire on the part of the folks at the A home about having something, I guess, during the years. Did I understand that correctly?
Sure. So currently we do run 4 sessions throughout the year. They're usually smaller sessions than the summer. And then what we've done is, because we were serving fewer students using funding during the summer, we're just rolling that over to the school year and continuing to be able to offer city scholarships to youth during the school year.
So I guess I'm just trying to figure out what change, if any, is contemplated when you talk about doing something additional. And maybe I wasn't paying close enough attention when you mentioned what the A home's request was. What's going to be different?
I'm not sure about the A home request, but I think what we're hoping to do is, since we have a virtual model now and we've had some success with it and it's removed the barriers in terms of transportation, that potentially we might maintain a virtual component to the internship program, so we're just kind of exploring whether or not it's helpful to do the soft skills at the beginning of the program as a prerequisite before kids go on to site and work on site. We're just kind of exploring what some of the options are and what works best.
Okay. Thank you.
And my comment is, again, thanks. And it's the youth I have known to participate in this program, and I have had children and other family members who participated. They really enjoy it. So thank you all for all that you do. The same comment that I've had over the years, we voted to approve, I think it was the 2018, I think it's the first or second budget for what amounted to the hourly wage. And I know that there was some concern about after the $600 limit that you had to file taxes. And I just, again, want to point out that these are youth who will be working age soon and have to do this anyway. So if there's any way that we are more comfortable with that process so that we are paying them a wage while they're learning these skills that more closely aligned to what they'll learn, what they'll actually have to do out when they get a job with, above the $600 a year, that it'll help set them up for that. And so if there's any way to bring that original intent back into the process, I think that will benefit them greatly. To be in a safer space and be able to earn more and learn those skills. And it's harder in the workplace, and you don't necessarily get people who are on your side, but that has been some of the limitation for some youth participating who go out and get jobs that pay more. And I think that it's beneficial for them to maybe spend a summer with you all.
I think that we are in full support of that. That's one of the reasons we upped the rate this year, and we hope to be able to up the hourly rate when we go back to in-person, because we absolutely agree with you on that. Thank you.
Are there any other comments, questions? All right. Well, thank you all for staying with us till midnight. Good morning. And hope you get some rest.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks. All right, next up, we have the Land Use Environmental Planning, LUPEC 2021 Semi-Annual Report, written only. Are there any questions or comments? I have a couple. So I think this report probably should be a presentation. I also want to, I didn't ask for it for this meeting because it's going to be a really long meeting, but this is what PAC became, which was the joint, very public meeting that UVA, the county, and the city used to have. And the meetings that have become what is supposed to be the public component of this are the joint meetings that we are supposed to have with UVA and the county. And we had those, and it's a variety of reasons. I met with Jim Ryan last week, and he thought maybe we would try to get a meeting together before the end of the year. I don't think that that's likely to happen. But if it does, I think it's something we should squeeze in our schedules for. But we took something that was public, that there were media present all the time for, and we have now that there's a not so public component, even though we expressed doing those changes that it would. Counselor Hill and I have been in most of the what is now town and gal meetings, which I don't like the term, but and now Counselor McGill Vice Mayor McGill is now on those meetings, and whoever is the next mayor and vice mayor, they will be the two replacing us. I haven't been going to the last few meetings because I think the original intent of the meetings haven't been taking place, and there has just been, I don't think, the will to make sure that that is happening, but I haven't been there, and the time and stuff didn't work for me either, but I also didn't force it on my schedule. There's just a lot of work to do here to make this what it was supposed to be. And since there's a lot of staff changes, there's going to be some council turnover. I think this is an area where some research needs to be done so that the community knows what's happening.
And there certainly was a commitment that we would have those joint meetings, and that pretty much coincided, I think, with mostly the pandemic. and just finding time to even convene as bodies. But I'm disappointed that that's kind of the way that this went. And I'm hopeful that even though it will not happen, I don't think in the next month, that in the start of the next council and the Board of Supervisors that gets back on schedule, because that certainly was a joint commitment that was made by the regional partners.
So right now there is the Town and Yale meeting, which is not the public meeting, but that's supposed to happen. It was once a month. I think that's been maybe 6 weeks or twice every 2 months. There's supposed to be the joint meetings with this county UVA and the city that's supposed to happen twice a year. And then this group of experts and staff that's meeting who made up this report, there's supposed to be a report to the community, which the written form isn't the best way for people to hear that. And even if people are going back and watching this, or this is replaying, that's not the best way for them to get the information. So this is a component that this should be as public as possible, because it was one of those things. And I think Councilor Hill and I both said in the first meeting, where it was typically what UVA requested. That's what was worked on in those meetings, and that was voted on, and that's what typically they got. And so we don't want to set up a process where it's less public and you can't go back to look at which I voted in favor of the change, hoping that it would be public, but that is not what it, a very robust public process, but that's not what it's become. Okay, any other questions or comments there? All right. So any other business? Well, the only thing I have there is I did want one of the governance items that I think that Councilor Hill and I should be a part of is the changes to the HAC. And there are only 2 meetings left to have that discussion. And even if it's not something we eventually vote on, I think it's something that it should be weighed in on. And so if there's any way that there can be some kind of process about what those changes could look like to change the, at least the main part of the who votes on allocations or recommends and votes on allocations. I would like to see that before the second meeting in December, if there's any possibility of that. Is there any other business? All right, so next up, we have the matters by the public. Turn it over to you, Mr. Willis.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. If you're in the audience and you'd like to raise your hand, click the raise hand button in the Zoom webinar. Each speaker will get up to 3 minutes to address council on any topic. First up is Bill Emery. Bill, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thanks, Brian, and thanks for your years with the city. I'll be pretty brief. Over the course of 33 years, I've been involved with the work of neighborhood preservation and really just the Willow Mills. That's the way I think of the city, is just what happens in this neighborhood. And during those 33 years, we've successfully changed the land use designation of 6 lots. It was hard to change the land use designation of those 6 lots. There were lots on Burgess Lane. NDS came down. I think Brian Haluska had meetings with everybody. And so I'm just a little bit stunned by what happened tonight. The land use designation of hundreds of properties was changed. Without the landowners knowing. And I mean, I guess it's their responsibility to know. We just need a process that includes residents and landowners in a more proactive way. But anyway, thank y'all for your long night, and Mayor Walker and Heather Hill, thank you for your 4 years. Good night.
Thank you.
If anyone else would like to address council, please click the raise hand icon.
Okay, not seeing any hands. Meeting adjourned. Have a good night.